the regular Bellevue City Council meeting for June 10th, 2025. Before we begin, we have Karen Roberts instead of Charmaine as our city clerk tonight. Thank you for being here. And I want to take a special moment to thank a staff member who is having their final week here after a long career with the city council. This person has been a real dedicated partner to the council. She has been our scheduler, our phone caller. You have all interacted with her. Her name is Michelle Luce, and I just want to express my deep appreciation for her dedication to the city and to us and all the support that she has given us over the years. She has been one of my council administrators since I got on the council, which was almost 12 years ago. So if anybody else would like to add anything, feel free. Go ahead, Councilmember Neuenhuis.
I'd just like to say, Michelle, thank you so much for everything you've done, not only for me, but the entire council during the time I've been on the council. You've just been amazing to work with. I mean, the council office in general is amazing, but you are a big part of that, and you kind of set the gold standard. And I know we've got great people coming in to work with the council office once more, but I just wanted to thank you for everything, and most of all, always keeping me on track and on schedule. Appreciate it.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I just want to say, Michelle, thank you so much to make this work so much more organized and fun. I think it's someone I know I'm learning, and from you, it just make everything so much more enjoyable, wanting to me to do more. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lee, and then.
Thank you. Well, Michelle, what can I say? She's really the one that makes us work, makes us function. And she reminds us of things that we need to do. She tolerates us when we don't do the things that she asks us to do, or she reminds us to do. There's so many things that we depend on her. There's 7 of us, and she, sometimes with one other person, there are 2 most maximum. And if the other one's busy, she's the only one there, and she can handle everything without missing a beat. So I really had a great time with her. We can laugh and sometimes cry, exchange informations, and talk about many, many different things. And she knows what's important and what she needs to watch out for each of us. What's our own particular habits are, she can watch out for that. So I want to thank you. We're going to miss you very much so. But I'm sure that we'll see you still around. So thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Councilmember?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, Michelle, that I wish you the very best and wherever and whatever you do from here. Thank you so much for all the service to the city and the support to the council. I'm the newest on the council. We've had the least amount of time together, but in that brief amount of time, you made it really easy, super efficient, and a lot of fun. So thank you, and I wish you the best.
I don't know if Councilmember Malakutian can hear me, but if you'd like to say something.
I can absolutely
okay.
hear you, and I would love to say something if you guys can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I also wanted to echo everyone and say my appreciation to Michelle. I have been always listening to her. I didn't even know we have an option to not listen to her. That's the first time I'm hearing from Councilmember Lee that was an option. So she has been a great help to me, onboarding me and helping me to be on track. So the whole council office and including Michelle. So I just wanted to also take this moment, wish her amazing time after this, and hopefully we are going to be in touch, and thank you so much.
And then Councilmember Hamilton.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I mean, thank you, Michelle. I just, you have a vast knowledge of what goes on at the city, and you've shared a lot of that with me and a lot with the community members. And I know that we've all appreciated it, and I feel like, you have just, amplified our work and really been a really important team member. And I do think, I agree, I think was said earlier that you really do set the standard. And I think that we'll see that standard upheld in the current team as it's reconfigured when you go. You deserve a great retirement. I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun traveling, spending time with the grandkids, and it's certainly well deserved. So thanks for everything.
So thank you, Michelle. I'd like to give you a big hand. To somebody who didn't want anything said. All right, let's, oh, a picture with Michelle? Let's ask her if she'd like that. Would you like a picture? Okay, clerk, would you like us to do roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Robinson,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Malakutian, Councilmember Bhargava,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Lee,
Here.
Councilmember Neuenhouse,
Here.
and Councilmember Sumidawirya.
Is it possible to put our screens on so I can see them? Because it's a little hard to manage them when I can't see them. Okay, thank you. So, Councilmember Suma Deweria, would you please lead us in the flag salute? What's that? Oh, yeah, okay. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we have a proclamation today, and actually, I don't know if I have a list of who's going to pick it up. I probably do. Hold on. Yes, I do. Okay, so Councilmember Bhargava is going to read a proclamation on World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and that is going to be received by Shauna Oxsmith from the Bellevue Network on Aging. And Shauna, if you want to come sit here, and we'll have Councilmember Bhargava present it, and then you may have a moment to speak, and then we'll do a picture after that. So go ahead.
Okay. So whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, observed annually on June 15th, was established by the United Nations General Assembly in 2011 through Resolution 16-127 to raise awareness, and whereas with a growing global population of elderly people, and as longevity increases, abuse of elderly is an increasing and serious problem that affects health and human rights and can cause death, so it is vital to raise awareness of it and thus prevent it whenever and wherever possible. And whereas elder abuse encompasses various forms, including physical, emotional, sexual, and financial abuse, as well as neglect, and can lead to serious health consequences and violations of human rights. And whereas older adults may face barriers to reporting abuse, such as fear, isolation, or physical and cognitive impairments, making it imperative for communities to foster environments where they feel safe and supported. And whereas Bellevue is committed to ensuring the safe and well-being of its aging population by promoting awareness, providing resources, and supporting policies that protect older residents from abuse and neglect. And whereas the City of Bellevue recognizes the importance of community involvement in preventing elder abuse and encourages residents to learn the signs of abuse and to report any concerns to the appropriate authorities. Now, therefore, I, Vishal Bhargava, on behalf of Mayor Lynn Robinson and the City Council of Bellevue, Washington, do hereby proclaim June 15th, 2025 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Bellevue, and urge all residents to join raising awareness, preventing elder abuse, and ensuring that all our older adults live with dignity and respect.
Thank you, Councilmember. Welcome, Shauna. Thank you very much. Good evening. Shauna Oxsmith, and on behalf of the Bellevue Network on Aging, thank you for this proclamation recognizing World Elder Abuse Awareness Day and highlighting this important problem. Elder abuse includes the neglect, abandonment, financial or material exploitation, and physical or mental abuse of a vulnerable older adult. Incidents occur in private homes, care institutions, and businesses, with nearly 47% perpetuated by a family member and 13% by a medical caregiver. To illustrate elder abuse, I'd like to share a real case with you filed by the King County prosecutor last year. A 66-year-old woman was receiving ongoing care at a Bellevue concierge medical clinic. On June 13, 2024, during an appointment, a medical assistant instructed her to leave her purse behind while she was having an X-ray. A week later, her husband discovered nearly $850 of unauthorized credit card charges. Following an investigation by the Bellevue police, the medical assistant was charged with first-degree identity theft, a felony. The charges were more severe because this was elder abuse, as the medical assistant was aware of her age and of her medical vulnerability. Elder abuse is more widespread than people realize because it often goes unreported. Everyone should be aware that help is just a phone call or a click away. To report elder abuse in an emergency, dial 911, of course. Otherwise, you can call the Washington State Adult Protective Services or to talk or go online to their website to file a report. Also, you can phone the Bellevue Police for assistance. Thank you very much. All right, let's do a picture together. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there? Okay, second. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And none opposed. Okay, great. Next up, we have oral communications. Couple things. I'm going to encourage everybody to speak with respect and use words that don't offend or demean people. There's no reason to do that. I know we're all smart enough to have a big vocabulary and be able to speak without swearing or saying mean things about people. So the other thing is we have to talk about things that have to do with the Bellevue City Council, and it would be great if we can focus on the agenda, but that's not a requirement. If you are here for missing middle housing, if you can articulate what aspect you are speaking for or against, it will provide us an opportunity to have more people speak. But you can just say, I'm for this recommendation and leave it that big, okay? So we can only have, well, I guess I'll have you explain the rest of that.
Yes, Mayor. So before I start calling names, I'm going to go over a few of the rules that council has in place. The total time for oral communications is for a period not to exceed 30 minutes, and all topics must relate to City of Bellevue government. People speaking to items on tonight's agenda will be called first, and if time remains, people speaking to items not on tonight's agenda will be called. The presiding officer is authorized in both categories to give preference to those who have not spoken to council within the last 60 days, or who will be speaking to items that will come in front of the council in the next 60 days. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak, and a maximum of 3 speakers are allowed to speak to any one side of a particular topic. Additionally, in compliance with Washington state campaign laws regarding the use of public facilities, no speaker may support or oppose a ballot measure or may support or oppose a candidate for election, which includes one's own campaign. Anyone beginning to speak on those subjects will be asked to stop. And with that, I will call our first speaker, who is Troy Schmeil.
A little low. Mayor and Council, my name is Troy Schmeil, and as a Bellevue resident and local builder, I ask that you support the Middle Housing Code as written and recommended by the Planning Commission for the following reasons. Number one, if you roll back the proposed code, you're saying that all you want in Bellevue is more large mansions. There is a minimum price in Bellevue that mansion builders will pay for the land, and it'll be hard for us to compete even with this new code as written. So if you roll it back, it's going to make it even harder, and you're just asking for it. Number two, we're building for the next generation, renters and those that are not here yet, who do not have a voice or know how to use their voice in support. I have 3 children, born and raised in Bellevue, originally a teacher, a nurse, and a fireman. None of them could afford to buy or raise a family in Bellevue, which is a shame. Number 4, I've built missing middle housing in other jurisdictions and found if the code is written correctly, it will work. But if it's not, it will not be used. I've built townhomes, houses, ADUs, DADUs, cottages in several jurisdictions where I was allowed to, with most people haven't put in place yet, and all of them have been well received by the neighbors, the councils, and the mayors. Number 4, for cottage housing specifically, I ask that you retain the 1,750 square foot maximum size that we have found that buyers in the area want at least 3 bedrooms. Almost always one of those is used as an office. If you make anything smaller than that, it's hard to make it work and will not work well for a family. Number 5, I would like you to relook at the fee in lieu option that you've put in place. I understand why you guys want that. I understand the need for it, but the $150,000 that you've currently got in place will stop housing for those cases from being built. It just will not be economical. You will cause less housing to be built. And if it was built, we have to pass that on to the buyer. That is a big number, especially for entry-level housing. Lastly, change will not happen overnight, as we need a willing seller not to get outbid by the mansion builders in an area that does not have CC&Rs against middle housing. When done well, it looks good and fits into the existing neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jasmine Smith.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Smith, the Director of Local Advocacy for FutureWise, and really thrilled to be here today speaking in support of missing middle housing in Bellevue. We are in a moment where we need to be big, we need to be bold, and we need to set the stage for the region and decide how we're going to make room for all of our neighbors. And we're really thrilled with the option that the Planning Commission has proposed. We've also been really thrilled with the starting point that the city staff brought forward. And so if we're looking at how we can change the missing middle approach, then it's to go back bigger and bolder, but it's not to roll it back. And so I'm urging you to pass the Planning Commission's recommendation, and if you are going to change it, to think big about how we are going to create opportunity and create options for everyone in every part of Bellevue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Kahn, who is joining us virtually. Mr. Kahn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Alex and I live in Bellevue. And I know that middle housing is a contentious topic. I've recently attended in person a meeting of city staff with residents of Somerset neighborhood to get a better picture and to hear the other side. And what I saw made a strong impression. The audience was dominated by lucky people who had a chance to witness Neil Armstrong making first steps on the moon when they were kids. Hot topic was the relevance of the Covenant Agreements, which were written down more than half a century ago. And unfortunately, the mood of the gathering was dominated by fear and denial. Change is scary, but it's also inevitable, and the change has been here for a long time. Bellevue now is a major job and tech center. It's not a sleepy suburb. And acting based on fear and denial is not the leadership the city needs. Leadership is about looking forward, not backward. There is no way around it. We are doing this, so let's do this right. I'd like to voice my support for the original proposal of the Planning Commission before it was watered down. Smart and knowledgeable people work hard on it to define and shape the change, which would give Bellevue the best chance for success. The plan aims to increase density and variety and affordability of the housing option, while managing traffic increase in a smart way. It maximizes efficiency of past, current, and future investments in infrastructure and public transit. It gives more people more options. On the other hand, the fear-based let's do the minimum approach will result in more uniform spread of more expensive luxury units across more neighborhoods. Half measures would make the effect of traffic worse and hamper efforts to increase affordability. This is effectively the best way to minimize any upsides while still getting all the downsides of the inevitable zoning change. Let's plan for the future, where people can live and work in Bellevue, even if their job title is not, say, director at Google with a $1 million a year compensation package. It should be an option for teachers, nurses, firefighters, city staff, musicians, artists, barmen, police officers, and baristas. It should be an option for all people who make the fabric of life of a good city. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's 3 in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation. That's the limit for that.
Our next speaker is Craig Spietzel, who is also joining us virtually. Mr. Spietzel, can you hear me? Your time starts now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, your time starts now.
Great. Okay. My name is Craig Spiesel. My wife and I are speaking to express our significant concerns regarding the proposed LUCA changes and the impact of Bellevue's great neighborhoods, specifically in Lockhaven, where we have proudly lived since 2015. Over the past decade, we've made significant investments in our home, believing that these would not only improve our quality of life, but also preserve our home's value for retirement. Ours is a beautiful, well-kept neighborhood with engaged residents who have similarly invested in their properties. With retirement approaching and the spirit of aging in place, we made a decision to downsize. We purchased a townhome in downtown Bellevue and began renovations and put our home on the market last month. The interest in our home has been extremely strong, with dozens of showings and very quickly 2 serious offers. But unfortunately, both offers were very quickly withdrawn, period. Why? Because they learned of the city's proposed zoning changes and the impact they would have on the privacy, densities, and other factors that would upzone 100th Avenue Northeast. Buyers have understandably become very hesitant. The potential for taller buildings and increased density raise legitimate concerns, particularly given the number of rental teardowns that are ripe for development. We've heard from others in West Bellevue who are reluctant to sell their homes for the same reasons, worried about declining property values and the challenge of buying elsewhere. These concerns are only amplified by other efforts, including Pinnacle Development, which has been allowed to increase heights over 40%, adding more than 3,000 units adjacent 1 block away. The resulting congestion, parking challenges, traffic, and shadowing are eroding the livability of adjacent neighborhoods. The once clear buffer between downtown and residential zones is vanishing. These points are not hypothetical. They are real and consequential damages. Prospective buyers have repeatedly voiced the same message. It is too risky to buy near downtown Bellevue. The Planning Commission's recommendations, if approved, would have direct negative financial, lifestyle, and retirement consequences for longtime residents, families who have lived here for years, paid taxes, and helped build Bellevue's reputation as a desirable place to live. This is not responsible or balanced growth. It is density at the expense of existing neighborhoods. We ask you to reevaluate plans and take a step back. please prioritize the needs and quality of life of current homeowners rather than chasing future residents. The Luca proposal, coupled with the recent council decisions and House 10 1110, will forever negatively impact Bellevue's great neighborhoods, character, and sustainability. Please vote no on the proposed changes and preserve the livability and integrity of our great neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Coughlin.
I am from Northeast Bellevue, and I'd like to say that the characteristics attributed to those who favored the state plan are incorrect, inflammatory, and insulting. And it's apt that I speak about this today. It's supposed to be Senior Appreciation Day. And if you listened last week, you heard insult upon insult behind insult. If you haven't, I will repeat them. And even tonight, okay, maybe people witnessed the moon landing, so don't listen to them. The argument is falsely made that only the Planning Commission will increase housing. It's like the choice is no middle housing versus actually significant middle housing. The state plan will ensure increased housing at a pace which will already stress our infrastructure and stress our budgets, our property taxes are going through the roof. I called the tax assessor's office. They can't say, of course, how much, but they say they're deluged by people who are already feeling this. And one thing is true, if you're older, you probably are more likely to be retired, but it also means you cannot make much additional income. So last week said 2 groups, and they included 40 as the starting point for aging. Sounds young to me, but they include 40. Retired, very wealthy. Most are not wealthy. Never mind very wealthy. Exclusionary. Want to keep out anyone who doesn't mirror their privilege, who doesn't earn or look like them. I have to say, of the 2 groups, they're almost identical in terms of race. So that's false. Also, fear of progress, disdain of diversity, and condescension of those outside their groups. These are all insults. I wouldn't say it's hate crimes, but it's insulting, and I don't think it should be happening. And this has happened also in the transportation department meetings, and I thought today would be a good day to bring this up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pamela Johnston.
And then some.
Hello, I'm Pamela Johnson, and I'd like you all to take a moment and say, is this the density that you want? Is this what the state wants, or is this the density that we've been planning for all this time? Is this what you want? Is this what you would have planned? We spent all this time on TOD, and it's just like, why are we doing TOD now? Why aren't we standing up for that? Instead, we're going to put people on the other side of downtown who can't even get to a bus without walking a long ways just because they live near downtown. It doesn't make sense. we're gonna lose trees. We're gonna lose trees. We just made a tree code. If you're gonna cut, please cut a quarter mile from centers. It doesn't make sense. Only a quarter mile for transit. The one thing is, it's like all these things are gonna happen, and we are gonna end up with one thing here, one thing here, one thing here. How are we supposed to keep the infrastructure up for all these places when we're adding on more and more? It doesn't make sense. We're gonna take our LID, low impact development, that we spent all this time on years ago, and we're gonna up the how much you can put on the lot. Not just height, but we're gonna lose ground. That causes stormwater. We already know our stormwater is going up. Why would we want to do that? It makes no sense. Keep the Google Map walking distance. Keep the transition area. So staff had mistakenly heard that residential housing needs to have middle housing. Do we want to take R10 and R30 and make middle housing on them? No, don't do it. And that takes away our transition area. More trees, more grass, even some places where they allow more height because it's in a transition area. Why would we do it? It makes no sense. I just lost my mind, sorry. Why are we not counting ADUs as units? So do we really need to have 8 units on a property? 8 units because we have 4 or 6 plus 2 more? Instead of just 4 with 2 ADUs? My parents' house is one.
Mr. Zimmerman, please do not interrupt this public comment, and we'll give you time back.
Thank you. My parents' house we had 6 kids, 1,200 square feet. The same as ADU. They're a backyard cottage? I don't think so. My grandmother's house in Renton, 1,010 square feet. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, but that's an ADU for Bellevue? It doesn't make sense. Don't let them take their lot coverage and let them pave over the entire lot. Please put the lot coverage back down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Myers.
Greetings, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. I know that this is an issue that's very important to the community. There are many people here, and I also believe that we have a responsibility to take care of the people who are not here tonight because they trust the city to be diligent in ensuring the impacts are managed, that their interests are represented. Many people are stretched to their capacity, working in the intense and impactful jobs that allow them to afford to live here. An ordinary person with a $2 million house is probably not a sophisticated real estate investor. They probably don't know all the acronyms, and they're not keeping tabs on the Planning Commission's work. And we have the privilege to be here tonight and understand many of these things. And I hope we recognize that we do have a duty to care for people who work to support our community in other ways and may not have the bandwidth to be here. I hope we'll align our proposals to community expectations or do outreach that can involve the public in planning something more ambitious. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for outreach, and I recognize that that work is more effortful for us in this room than it would be in places like Seattle that have a hometown newspaper and multiple smaller news outlets that have their own reporting. I know the Urbanist has tried to cover our implementation proposals, but I really question whether they understand how our proposals exceed Seattle's plans. Our journalism gap means that many people won't have seen any coverage of Bellevue's plans since they read the February In Your Neighborhood piece by Dave Hamilton that said up to 4 units of middle housing would be allowed on lots in most areas. Since we've had these challenges communicating about the plans, let's not reinvent the wheel when it comes to middle housing, and particularly cottage housing. There are many good models for what cottage housing can be. They're in our state, they're close by. We can create rules that offer 1.5 or 2 stories with a pitched roof and a porch facing an adequately sized common green area. We should think of it as the 1-bedroom apartment of middle housing, something that allows people to get in the door at a more reasonable price. If it's too much work to add the standard cottage rules at this late point, we can always give it a limited FAR, 0.5 or 0.3, same as single families, no bonus space, and then to just come back and fine tune it later. Even when it comes to the additional areas, we're adding 6 units by right. If we added even a $1 fee in lieu, that would help make sure that we don't have unpredictable effects beyond the new middle housing density. Finally, when it comes to middle housing more generally, I don't think we should ask developers to leave money on the table by providing pitched roofs or eaves. If we make rules that ensure boxes are much more profitable, we should assume that that is what we will get. We shouldn't be shy about wanting to make Bellevue a nice place to live, and neighbors should be friendly with each other, not arguing over parking on the street. We should have walkable streets with shade from trees where we all stop to chat, not hot zones we avoid because all the ACs for the houses with no eaves are pumping heat into the air.
Ms. Myers, your time
Thank
is
you.
up.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate that we don't clap in here unless we ask you to for Michelle Luce, but you can shake your hands.
Our next speaker
Mr.
is
Zimmerman,
Alan.
I've asked you once not to interrupt this proceeding, and now this is your second warning. If you do this again, we're going to ask you to leave.
Our next speaker is Alan Huang.
Hi, my name is Alan Huang. I'm an electrical engineer contracting with Puget Sound Energy. Right now, I am designing a bunch of the power supplies to the buildings, including the Alexa and Eastgate, which is across the lot from the King County Park and Ride. So the road divided this lot into the area into 2 parts. On the west side, there's a big area. They are going to develop 389 units apartment there. And on the east side is the King County Park and Ride. There is in my design, there is a overhead, a high power line comes from the King County across the street, goes to the west side of the lot, and then underground back to the King County lot, and then go down the street to go to the other side. I found that this kind of designs, original design, that there is a problem. I would suggest the owner to just cut it instead, overhead line instead of crossing the street, and just stay in that King County side and keep going. And for the future development, we do the underground power from this side to the west side of the area. And the area, if this kind of design, that will make the area much cleaner. You don't see the area right now in the west side area. That pole is the only pole sticking out. And then, so if you move the inside of the woods of the King County Park and Ride area, that will make the the west side much cleaner and safer. There is no possibility of like a car running to the pole and then you knock out your power. But unfortunately, I talked to the owner, and the owner said no, he don't want to do that because it costs more money. And it's not that much. I mean, compared to the project he did, probably not more than 1,000th of his budget. And so he refused to. The other day we went. So I come here. I brought all the picture with me to present it to City Council. If you guys are interested, I can invite you go to look at it with me. He can explain to me and to support me to ask the owner to do it. Because if this one's building is done, next 30 years we're always there. 389 units, people, they're walking there every day. They will see the pole there, and the traffic, and the pole is so close to the sidewalk, and all this kind of is causing a lot of inconvenience. When I talk to them, they say, "Oh, it's just low income." I say, "Low income housing." I say, "You can discount people with low income. If you give them a nice area, probably they'll move themselves up the ladder." So that's my point. I already have communicated with a little bit with the city clerk, Mason, Yeah, well, I hope the city can take the leadership. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
I'm going to ask that staff contact Mr. Wong and explain how to email the council and maybe connect him with Development Services so he can have this conversation. Thank you so much, Mr. Wong.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Mercer.
Good evening, council. Good evening, citizens. I come again to speak on traffic and roads and mental health and housing. I'm giving you again a mission statement for my nonprofit and the house rules. You may remember that I house homeless people for short periods of time, transitional housing, helping them to get into a position where they can afford their own housing. And as I told Councilman, I don't know that I can pronounce your name correctly. Newhouse?
Nieuwenhuis.
Nieuwenhuis, close.
Well, it's Dutch, right, rather than
Correct.
German?
Correct.
Yeah, because I'd say Neuhaus. Anyway, I just got back from Africa, and I will soon be married to a man much younger than I am who will assist in getting my Volvo-only car rental and taxi service for the disadvantaged off the ground. And we will also be having a home health care service. So I hope these will be a benefit to the community. In what I would like the community to do is resurface Southeast 22nd from 156th to 148th, as they've promised to do for the last 3 years. Now, I want to compliment them for getting most of the potholes on Southeast 16th done. I was very happy to come home and find Main Street resurfaced. Thank you. I think I just want to give these things again to the city so that they know what services I'm trying to provide. And I wish I could tell you when the wedding's going to be, but you know what the visa situation is. So I may be married in Nairobi before I get to be at St. Andrews.
Thank you.
So who gets this?
You know, we can't advertise businesses at council meetings.
Huh?
We can't advertise businesses at council meetings.
You can't advertise what?
Businesses at council meetings.
It's a nonprofit. It's not for profit.
Okay, thank you for that distinction.
Our next speaker is Marali Manugeti.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members and Bellevue citizens. I'm here to oppose the middle housing bill, and I'm opposing because I don't support its current state and the way it's worded, rather. Just to give a little background, we moved here in 2011. I immigrated from India 20 years back. We lived in Bay Area for a bit, and we made Bellevue our home for the last 15 years, rather. 7 years back, I actually made the biggest decision in my life to demolish our home and rebuild. And at that time, we actually poured through all the documentation, the 20-year plan which Bellevue had at that time, and we trusted that Bellevue would keep up the promises that were listed out in the original plan, which is that they would not touch any of the single-family housing, and any upzoning and density will be in other areas. And we poured in all our life savings into our home, which we have constructed. And thanks to Bellevue City, we have even added an ADU. I like the idea of ADUs and DADUs, rather, but changing the character of the neighborhood and completely uprooting the neighborhood by introducing the upzoning, which introduces like 6 houses on a single lot. I live in Rockford, and it's a very nice community. And if we don't make necessary changes to the current build, which you're proposing, or current upzoning, I think right now I see there's a lot of fear. Every time a house goes for listing, it's like a thriller movie now. We are asking questions on whether it's going to be a new neighbor or it's going to be a developer with a bulldozer. So we don't know what it's going to be. So I feel like we should all come together as citizens and not really be fighting against the city as watchdogs rather. And I feel like that's going to happen if the city doesn't listen to the community here. And right now, I request city, there are a few things that I have in mind. One, please limit the radius to quarter mile. And second, please ensure that there's parking off the street. And if not, I think it's going to be fighting every day out there. And the third one I would say is keep the character of the neighborhood. Don't really change it. Just ensure that the buildings are blended in with the neighborhood and not really standing out. And the last one is the key one, which is on the affordability. I feel like if someone is building a 1750 square footage home, it's going to be 1.7 million. It's nowhere near affordable. And again, I want to probably downsize here. I want my kids to live here, but this is not going to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, listen, can you do me a favor and not clap, please? So thank you for that. So I've heard 3 opposed to the Planning Commission, 1 opposed to House Bill 1110. And I can tell you what and power lines, resurfacing the road, and we had somebody talking about no hate language peppered with some missing middle in there. So no more opposition to the Planning Commission. We've heard our 3.
That does bring us to 10 speakers for oral comms.
How much more time do we have?
We're over.
We are over. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Moving on to the council business and new initiatives, we have 4.
Number 7, you told me. Why you don't give me chance
Okay,
to
Mr. Zimmerman,
So Zimmerman,
you are
for 1 year you don't give me chance to speak.
you're disrupting the meeting, and I'm going to ask you to leave. And we have our kind police officers here who will help us out with this.
It's a nightmare. 90 days trespass. Don't touch me.
Okay, that's multiple times that Mr. Zimmerman has disrupted our meetings in the last few times. So I'd like to look at what it takes to ban him now from City Hall, at least from the council meeting. Thank you. Okay, and let's talk about the other boards and commissions that are also being disrupted by him. All right, thank you. So we have 4 appointments tonight to 3 different commissions. And so I've asked Councilmember Neuenhuis to make one motion. Go ahead.
Certainly, Mayor. I move to appoint Olga Perelman to a partial term on the Human Services Commission expiring on May 31st, 2027. Mariah Kennedy to a partial term on the Planning Commission expiring May 31st, 2026. Arisha Nilshan to a partial term on the Planning Commission expiring May 31st, 2027. And finally, Kay Williams to a full term on the Transportation Commission expiring May 31st, 2029.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is Councilmember Hamilton out there? Okay. Any opposed? So I only heard 6 votes and 1 abstention, I guess, unless he's speaking and we can't hear him.
It looks
I
like
was an aye on that, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent
I
calendar?
move to approve the consent calendar.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so we have a huge study session item That's going to probably take over an hour. And I just would like my colleagues to tell me if they want to take a break now in preparation for this, or, okay. So we'll take a break. We'll come back at 7 o'clock, and then we'll do the hard work here. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your.
Just pushing away if I'm encroaching.
I'm going to ask everybody to sit down. And even if you go out in the little hallway there, the acoustics are such that your voices will carry. So I'm going to ask you to come in and sit down, or if you want to talk, go around the corner out there. Thank you. All right, so we are on to our study session item. I will let the city manager introduce this.
Mayor and council members, as you know, this was presented to council on May 13th, and at that time, staff gave you an overall review of the project history, the state requirements under House Bill 1110 and 1337, and then also the Planning Commission's recommendation to the council. At that study session, council asked numerous questions and addressed which have been addressed in the updated FAQ on the website. Staff is planning on reviewing your primary questions and also providing some responses to you tonight. Council also directed staff to reevaluate the land use code amendment elements that exceed state minimums and to return with some options that more closely align with the baseline requirements. Staff will cover both the information and potential options for you this evening. And as a reminder, and I'm sure the staff will also go into more detail on this, this is a state requirement to adopt a local code by June 30th, or the state model ordinance will take effect by default. And that may impose standards that might not suit Bellevue. So this discussion tonight and the staff requested direction for council to provide direction to staff to finalize the code amendment, the land use code amendment, and also the city code amendment for final action at a future meeting. It's timely and important because June 30th is the deadline for the city. So back from Development Services, we have Rebecca Horner, our director, Code and Policy Director Nick Whipple, and Kirsten Mann, our senior planner. And with that, I'll hand it over to Rebecca.
Thank you, City Manager Carlson. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council. My name is Rebecca Horner with Development Services, and with me tonight are Nick and Kirsten, as well as John Risha with the Facilities and Asset Management Department to help answer questions that have come up by the public. We're very excited to be here, and we've been very busy in the last month. In fact, in the last week, we have attended 2 HOA meetings that had over 250 participants. We responded to over 130 individual questions from the public. So we're very excited to be here today to move this forward. As mentioned, we'll be looking for some direction on some very specific areas and to ask the council to consider directing us to finalize the land use code amendment. Our agenda this evening is to provide project background, so everybody listening will have the same background information, as well as recap more specifically the May 13th study session, and also dig into those policies options that you've asked for some additional information, and then ask you for council direction. So with that, I will turn it over to Nick.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. We're going to start out with, as Rebecca noted, some background around the project. So the background, really the comprehensive plan periodic update process began looking into middle housing. This was initiated by council in February of 2022. This was also the time that we knew what our housing target was going to be for the planning horizon, which is 35,000 new housing units by 2044. Council Also, was looking at some items as our affordable housing strategy was making good progress. You all were looking at what the next right work might be. So you had picked 5 options that you wanted staff to begin working on. And one of those options that you selected ahead of the state passing this mandate was for us to look at allowing middle housing, ADUs, and detached accessory dwelling units in the city as part of that next right work strategy. And then in July of 2023, the state passed and signed into law 2 bills that were mandating cities like Bellevue to provide for middle housing throughout our jurisdiction. That's House Bill 1110, and then House Bill 1337 is the accessory dwelling unit bill. And that bill requires us to provide 2 ADUs per lot in the city of Bellevue. We began engaging with the Planning Commission on the specific code language in October of 2024, following the comp plan adoption, which happened in October of 2024. Pass it over to Kirsten to walk us through state law.
Great, thank you. So just to provide some background information for everyone at the meeting, we did want to make sure we were really clear about what baseline requirements are in both HB 1110, which is the bill colloquially known as the Middle Housing Bill, and HB 1337, which is the bill regarding ADUs or accessory dwelling units. In HB 1110, as a Tier 1 city, we are required to permit up to 4 units by right citywide on any lot that's residentially zoned. What we mean by right is that you potentially get up to that many units without having to do something like provide bonus amenities or something like that. It's just how many lots are permitted. And then up to 6 units within 1/4 mile of a major transit stop. That is our light rail stations and our rapid ride B line service with King County Metro. Or up to 6 units when 2 of those units are affordable. There's also...
Stop you right there for a second, just to clarify, or anywhere when 2 are affordable.
Yes, so that is, again, the citywide requirement on any lot that is residentially zoned.
Yeah, okay, just want to clarify that for everybody, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And then there's some parking reductions in the bill adjacent to transit. There's also some parking exemptions. We also cannot generally apply more restrictive regulations to middle housing than we do for single family. For HB 1337, the requirement is to permit up to 2 ADUs on all lots, either attached or detached. And again, that's on any lot that's zoned for single family. It also sets minimum size and height requirements. We can't regulate an ADU to be smaller than 1,000 square feet or shorter than 24 feet high. There's also some impact fee reductions. ADUs are subject to a 50% reduction in impact fees from what they would be for a single family product. We cannot require frontage improvements for ADUs, and ADUs also have some similar parking reductions and exemptions to the middle housing as well. We also wanted to be really clear about the role of documents in this. There's a lot of moving pieces, and wanting to be really clear about the impacts of all these different things. So the baseline is that state law that we went through on the previous slide. So this is what's establishing our baseline density requirements. There's those parking restrictions and some specific language around ADUs. And then there's also some areas where there's local policy choice where the bill provided that flexibility. But understanding that there's a lot of elements about writing code that weren't addressed by baseline state law requirements, the state's Department of Commerce developed what's called the model ordinance. The impact of this is that if jurisdictions do not take local action, then the ordinance is automatically adopted. The intent behind the ordinance really was to help jurisdictions that don't have a lot of planning staff to have something they could easily take and adopt and go forward with. A lot of the development regulations in that ordinance were based on much smaller lots than we have in the city of Bellevue, and we felt really strongly that we could develop something that was better tailored for the city of Bellevue than the state model ordinance. And then, of course, the third component is the land use code amendment that's in front of council this evening. That is the recommendation from Planning Commission with those Bellevue-specific regulations that were tailored to our lot sizes and existing regulations, and that is also consistent with state law requirements. Quick recap on the discussion from May 13th. We really felt like there was kind of 2 components. One was areas where it seemed like there needed to be more information. We wanted to make sure we could answer questions, specifically around the outreach process and engagement. Impacts to infrastructure, we still had some questions there, so we have some more information on that. This evening, there was a discussion on attached versus detached accessory dwelling units around the density in the recommendation near centers, which again are our regional growth centers and our candidate countywide growth centers, which we have 4. The fee in lieu amount, so we'll have some more information around that, and parking. Some areas where we've heard concerns and there was some feedback on maybe some potential policy changes, which Nick will get into a little bit later, is looking at the density near transit in the recommendation, which is currently a half-mile walking distance rather than the minimum of a quarter-mile walking distance. The types of middle housing, so the different types of plexes and the different structure types, where the bill allows you to select 6 of the 9. The recommendation has all 9. And then some discussion around dimensional standards, specifically building height, and then generally around cottage housing scale and some options there. As Rebecca mentioned, we do have an updated FAQ. This was updated through June 5th. It's on the website, as well as attachment C from the packet materials this evening. It's gotten to be quite lengthy, but I think very well thought through document, lots of information in there. Would recommend folks take a look. It includes answers to some of the really common questions we've been hearing. For example, a lot of questions around covenants, and the impacts of this on communities with covenants. So for example, for that question, that if you have covenants restricting middle housing, that supersedes the city's code, just as an example of one of the frequent questions we get. In terms of the outreach process, Nick already mentioned this pretty well, so I won't go into too much detail on this slide, but kind of the 2 components being the comp plan outreach in the beginning and really doing some of that larger deep dive on housing in general, and then some middle housing specific surveys and questionnaires, and then getting into the land use code amendment outreach starting in the fall and winter. In terms of infrastructure impacts, so this is a pretty straightforward and common way that all cities in Washington that are required to plan for comprehensive planning do their process. Now it's every 10 years, and so those get updated every 10 years. It starts with the policy guidance component, which is the comp plan itself, and the elements within there. So some of the topics that get covered are transportation, utilities, capital facilities. And those elements contain the policy level guidance that then informs what we call our functional plans. So those are things like the different transportation strategic planning work that happens in the more 5 to 7 year window rather than that longer 20-year window. Paired with this is the environmental analysis, and this is called a final environmental impact statement. This looks at the potential capacity for growth within the city based on the growth alternatives that are studied, and then looks at what are the potential significant impacts to all these different areas. Are we okay? Are there significant impacts we need to create mitigation strategies for? And so the way that our FEIS worked, our final environmental impact statement, it analyzed the impacts of 152,000 housing units, which far surpasses our goal, but we wanted to make sure we were taking a conservative approach to seeing what is the potential capacity that we should analyze to make sure we're not going to unnecessarily create these impacts. So what was found in that EIS, which apologies to anyone that it's read the whole thing, it's over 1,000 pages, found no significant impacts to utilities, schools, police, or fire. There were some transportation impacts identified, but these were identified in all of the growth scenarios that were studied, and the document contains various mitigation strategies to be implemented to work on addressing these impacts. So based on all of that analysis and work, coordinating with the Community Development Department and our legal staff, and additional SEPA review that was conducted as a part of this project, we are confident that the EIS captured any potential impacts from this project. The other component is at sort of the current planning component of this work. So when a developer comes in to build a project and ask for permits, they have to show that they can support their project with their infrastructure, or they have to pay for the upgrades, which can be quite pricey. So things like water and sewer, developers will have to show how they can adequately serve any of the units on a site. So there's a lot of typical upgrades that need to happen. And then at the same time, the city does lead upgrades as well through those strategic and longer term planning documents I mentioned on the last slide, which may or may not align with individual project needs, just because we can't foresee where all new projects might be, but they work on addressing areas that should be prioritized through their strategic planning work. One of the topics of discussion related to treating of detached ADUs versus attached ADUs in terms of density. The recommendation includes that detached ADUs would count towards your overall density on the site. So if you're allowed to have 4 units on your site, if you have a detached ADU, that would count towards your 4. An attached ADU in the recommendation does not count towards density. Some of the rationale behind that recommendation from Planning Commission is that a detached ADU does really visibly function as an additional unit at a 1,200 square foot standalone structure and does also resemble other middle housing types. So it made sense through that recommendation to count it towards the density. Attached ADUs, which we permit currently, are integrated into the primary home. They are less visible than a detached ADU and tend to be smaller in scale. It's consistent with policy we've had in place since the 1990s. I believe it was 1993 when that ordinance was first adopted. And we've had that in place now for a few years, and I know we've developed quite a few, and it appears to be working pretty well as it is. One of the other topics of discussion was looking at density near our centers. Again, that's our downtown regional growth center and our 5 candidate countywide centers. There's no requirement in 1110 to look at these centers, although the guidance does ask jurisdictions to look at for opportunities for where additional units might make sense. This appeared to be an area where that made sense for providing additional units to help support those nearby businesses, those mixed-use neighborhoods and centers that we've identified for growth with the county and the region, to have more residents that can take advantage of being near these different amenities. Another discussion was the different fee and lieu options. Nick, I think, is going to get into the details a little bit more about the impacts of the 3 different options and kind of the background. The recommendation includes the high-level unit per unit fee of $150,000. We worked with a number of different stakeholders to develop this, particularly with our partners at ARCH, a regional coalition for housing, that provided us a lot of good data for analysis on what might be an appropriate fee. And ultimately, the Planning Commission decided to go with the higher fee to look at, it could be an option, maybe not as many projects, but it is an option that there when appropriate. In terms of parking, the 1110 requirement requires a minimum space of 1 parking space per unit for lots equal to or less than 6,000 square feet, and then bumps that up to 2 spaces per unit when lots are over 6,000 square feet. The recommendation includes 1 space per unit regardless of lot size, and then both the baseline requirements of 1110 and the recommendation include an exemption for parking within a half-mile walking distance of a major transit stop, and that's one of the requirements of the bill that we've just reflected in the recommendation. Some of the rationale behind the parking recommendation is that lot size isn't really tied to parking demand. It's really tied to the number of units that are being proposed on a site and the transportation preferences on that site. We felt that 1 stall was reasonable and appropriate. There's also no unit maximum. So if a developer wanted to build more spaces on their site for saleability, marketability, that is still an option. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to John to talk about property taxes.
I'm here for the taxes. Mayor, council members. When it comes to property taxes, it's really important to start from the base of what they are. Property taxes is a fixed dollar amount that council levies. They don't arbitrarily increase because of a change in value. They change only based off of the relative value of overall. So if you think about things, there is a tax amount that council levies. In our case for 2024, it was about $92 million amongst all the various types of specialty property taxes. And it's divided amongst the residential and commercial property values and their relative portion of the overall value. Currently, Bellevue's properties overall are valued at about $93 billion. That's up about 20 to 25 billion in the last 2 years. It has been a significant amount of valuation growth. What that means, though, is when you use the numerator and denominator of the tax amount and the levy amount, your tax rate fluctuates. So the amount you pay per thousand or that you think about when you're paying actually reduces, even though you've got about the same property tax dollar amount that you're paying, right? Your relative share of the pie doesn't change very much. In this particular case, as we're talking about valuation changes that affect large areas, what happens is all of the values change and your relative share of the pie doesn't actually change. Your millage or amount per thousand goes down. You're still paying about the same amount in property taxes. And so the issues that you're contemplating don't actually change that math. It's just the relative value, and you still have the same size piece of the pie of that overall value of the city of Bellevue, that the assessor at the county takes that dollar amount and spreads across. I'm going to stick around and be available for questions tonight, but it's just one of those interesting pieces. Property taxes is one of those complicated components that you think about it as what you pay is an amount per thousand, but really it's a fixed dollar amount that the council levies, and why when you do a 1% increase, it's not across all things, it's just on the amount that you're levying, right? So when you touch that, you're only touching a dollar amount, not the rate per thousand.
Great. Thank you, John.
And can you define what AC is when you say total AC on the top?
Total
there?
AV.
Yeah.
If I said AC, I apologize
No,
for that.
you didn't, but on the graph, it says AC, so it's assessed value.
It's assessed value,
Okay.
yes.
Just clarifying.
Great. Thank you, John. Really appreciate our finance and asset management director being available for these types of discussions. So now we're going to transition more into the policy options. So as Kirsten noted, those were a lot of the questions that came up at the May 13th study session. There are certainly opportunities to go back and talk about those topics and move them into the policy conversation, but that's sort of how we set up the distinction between the two topics that we wanted to cover tonight. So in terms of the policy options, there were 4 that really rose to the top at that May 13th study session that we'll walk through. So density near transit, there was some interest and discussion around selecting 6 of the 9 middle housing types, talking about dimensional standards, specifically height, and then the scale of cottage housing. So with the first topic area, density near major transit stops, the baseline requirement, so the requirement in House Bill 1110, is that cities must allow for 6 units by right within 1/4 mile walking distance of a major transit stop. And as Kirsten noted, major transit stop for Bellevue is our light rail stations, the B line rapid ride station as well. The map here is showing 2 radii off these stops, and so the dark blue is representing the baseline requirements, that's the 1/4 mile, and then the light blue represents the 1/2 mile. I do want to note these are, as the crow flies, measurements. It's really just to help illustrate potential impact for these decisions. But as mentioned earlier, walking distance is really what controls. So we would not be using maps to determine whether properties qualify for 6 units. Instead, projects would have to demonstrate that they are in fact within 1/4 mile walking distance of that stop. And that would be done as part of the development review process. And if the council maintained the LUCA recommendation of 1/2 mile walking distance, then that would be the measurement that would need to be demonstrated. So the option here that we're sharing is to align more closely with the baseline requirements. So that would bring it to a 1/4 mile walking distance rather than the 1/2 mile. There was also the discussion around the types of middle housing. So in House Bill 1110, it does say that cities must select at least 6 housing types, middle housing types, out of the 9 to allow within the city. And so we provided a visual here to help people start to see what these could look like. They're all residential projects, residential in character, all could fit very nicely within Bellevue neighborhoods. And the way that we've been thinking about these are more around the first 5 describe the number of units. So we're thinking the duplex through the sixplex. And then 6 through 9, starting with stack flats, townhouse, and cottage and courtyard, is more the form of the structure. And so the Planning Commission recommendation was to allow all 9 middle housing types. A few reasons for this. There are areas in the city where the state will mandate that we allow 5 or 6 units by right. And of course, Mayor, as you noted, 6 is allowed citywide on the baseline requirement when 2 are affordable anyway. So there is the potential that 6 plexes could be allowed. So if 6 plexes, for example, were to be eliminated, what that would mean is that you could not have a single structure that has 6 units. So you'd have to disperse that development out a bit more. And so that might mean you have a row of 4 townhouses, and then you might put 2 standalone structures elsewhere on the site if a developer was interested in getting to their 6 units. Some impact with that as it relates to some of the tree canopy loss potentially, some additional hard surfaces that might be generated by a more dispersed footprint on a project. And then when we get into some of the form of structures, thinking about stacked flats or courtyard apartments as examples, stacked flats just really mean vertical living. So you've got units on each floor. We know that the council is also interested in looking at whether attached accessory dwelling units should count towards the unit density. And so when we think about a basement ADU, and then we think about the primary home on the top floor, we'd have to look into whether that technically meets the definition of a stacked flat, which is one area that we think we might have some implementation challenges, could create a lot of confusion, both with the general public as well as with review staff as they're trying to administer what is a stacked flat or what constitutes a stacked flat. Courtyard apartments is another example. If there's a modest bump out on a development and it creates sort of an L shape around an open space area, that could potentially constitute a courtyard as well. So we do get into these types of conversations when we develop code, and it often does create, we have a standing meeting every Thursday on code interpretation because we often run into these challenges when we don't have very clear ideas around what this means. So one of the reasons why 9 middle housing types was part of the LUCA recommendation, but the option here would be to limit that to at least 6 out of the 9 middle housing types. And then moving into dimensional standards, as Kirsten noted, generally we are not able to apply more restrictive standards to middle housing than what would otherwise apply to single-family homes in Bellevue. The LUCA does allow for slight increases in building height, lot coverage, and then some setback reductions as well. The logic here is that when you are building more than 1 unit, it is going to take up a bit more space. We also know that this is infill development opportunity, so we want to be able to provide some flexibility when multiple units are proposed. And so this is really trying to promote or enable more feasibility. We also know we have a lot of variation in our lots in Bellevue, both in size, but also in the way that they're shaped, a lot of irregular shaped lots. So providing a bit more flexibility in terms of the setbacks and the lot coverage can really support redevelopment on a range of Bellevue lots. Specifically, we heard some concerns around height. The LUCA allows for, or is proposing to allow 38-foot tall building heights. This is a change from our current policy. The height limits in our single-family areas is 35 feet if you have a pitched roof, and 30 feet if you have a flat roof. And this would change that to 38 feet, regardless of whether you have a pitched roof or a flat roof. The concerns that we heard were that 38 feet could theoretically allow for 4 stories. And we do acknowledge that that is theoretically possible. We also want to acknowledge that it is unlikely just due to the smaller floor-to-ceiling heights that would require that are really below what we are seeing built. People tend to want more spacious living, more light, and a more kind of appealing home, and so that usually demands a higher floor-to-ceiling height. So 3 stories is usually what you would see then accommodated within that 38-foot limit. As I noted, benefits to the modest increases in building heights, better floor-to-ceiling height is improved livability and aesthetics, and then also the flexibility to support some of the varied types of housing that we're wanting to promote, and also enables more well-designed infill housing. And we can also start to see some more roofline variation in the neighborhoods as this would break up that 35-foot height rule. An option here would be to lower the building height, get it more in line with what is applicable to single family. I say more in line because it doesn't follow exactly. The 32 feet is the outlier for the flat roofs. So this would provide a 2-foot height bonus for flat roofs if someone is developing more than 1 unit. So this would not apply to single family. The idea here, we heard a lot of feedback, interest in having a place to accommodate solar panels, rooftop decks, other type of amenity space. So that little additional height does help support that objective. And then this would match the 35 feet for a pitched roof. And just quickly, the diagram that you're seeing on the right is how we measure building height. So this is our guidance that we provide for single-family homes. We are not proposing to change the method for how building height is measured. So that would be measured in the same manner that single-family building height is measured. That's from the average existing grade. So regardless of whether a developer does some cut to get in a daylight basement or lower the grade, or if they fill because they might want to catch a view, so they raise the grade a bit to place the foundation on it, the height will always be measured from the average existing grade. And we do require a survey that helps us understand what that existing grade is before any development's authorized, and that's how we determine what the height is. And then, of course, Development Services does require height verification surveys too to confirm when they're getting pretty close to the margin that they are in fact meeting the height limit. And then the last policy option that we had brought was around cottage housing. We had heard some concern around whether the proposed cottages, the scale of the cottages in the proposed LUCA reflect what some view as the intent of a cottage, which is those smaller homes that are maybe 1 or 2 story in height. So the land use code amendment would treat cottage housing like any other middle housing type. So that would allow for those cottages to reach 38 feet. The only difference with the cottage and other middle housing types is the square footage limit that's proposed in the code. So that square footage would provide a maximum size of 1,750 square feet, plus 300 square feet for garage. We heard parking is something that people want to make sure can be provided within these projects. And we heard and we have experience when you want to incent that type of activity, if you don't charge them the FAR, they're not losing out on some of the living space by providing a garage that can help incentivize garages so we can see those cars off the streets and in a structure. So the option here, responding to that concern, is to potentially lower the building height to 24 feet. This would ensure 2-story cottages, and then also look at lowering the square footage to 1,500 square feet plus the 300 square foot garage. We believe that would still accommodate for a 3-bedroom unit, which is really what the Planning Commission, I think, was focused on as they proposed to increase that height over time, or square footage rather. So this is a familiar slide, just noting the process and next steps. So we are here tonight for study session. We are looking for direction on what you would like for us to incorporate into the final ordinance, which we intend to bring back on June 24th for action. And that would get us ahead of the June 30th adoption deadline. If we don't meet that deadline, as noted earlier, the model ordinance would come into effect. And that, of course, would have different dimensional standards than what is being proposed tonight. So with that, Mayor, we can turn this back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start by just allowing council to ask any questions they may have before we launch in, and then we will take, I'm going to after that, give you all a chance to make some sort of statement, if you'd like to, about what your intent is in these votes we're about to take, so people understand what our goals are. And then we'll take our votes one at a time. There are 6 clear-cut ones, and then we can add, if something doesn't get brought up, we can bring it up. And there is a motion sheet here on the dais for you, and you can choose which option you want to move, and then we can discuss where we are on that. So let's start out with any questions. Does anybody have any outstanding questions? So Councilmember Neuenhuis, you can start us off.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to compliment you on the great response to the, great response to the community outreach that we did for Somerset. That was great. I think that was hopefully very informational for everybody that was there. However, I do think that it still highlights that we still need to do additional work on outreach, because unfortunately, I'm still hearing from too many people that that they're hearing late or they didn't hear at all. I'm still not sure if we as a city have developed the type of playbook that can ensure the way we do, especially around things like this, where we can anticipate that there might be some heightened concern, that we go through all those necessary steps. When I look at the outreach and the different tactics that we used, a lot of it was forcing citizens or residents to come to the site. You know, but if they don't know it's there, or they don't know if it's happening, there's no real reason to go to the city's website and learn and discover this. So I think we just need to look at further developing, and this is not just a Luca issue. This could be anything: transportation, public, whatever kind of public policy we're looking at. But I think we still need some work to be done there. It's never going to be perfect. I understand that, but. What I did see at Somerset was a great engaged community that wanted to learn more. I just wish that would have happened earlier in the process versus how late we are now. And then, we are where we are, but I just wanted to make that comment. So, let's see, I want to ask a question about the lowering the height that you mentioned. And just so we're really clear, when you say Luca, that's the PC recommendation, right? And then when we say option, we're referring to 1110. We're not referring in any way in this PowerPoint, the model right? We're not looking at that, or that's not an option, right? Or preferably not an option when we're walking through this, just so we're clear. I mean, it could be an option if we wanted to, but
and for
that's
building
not.
height specifically, because it's not mentioned in state law what the height is, we've brought the model ordinance, just so we've got some opinion from the state as to think about this. But that's not a mandate.
Thank you. If we lowered the height requirement, as was mentioned here, I think, what was that, slide 19 maybe? From, what was it, 38 down to 35, would that automatically remove some of the housing options if we went to House Bill 1110 option? Would, like, for example, would that remove the potential for a sixplex?
I would say no, not explicitly. It may remove some of the design flexibility that additional height might provide, but it wouldn't inherently remove any of the options. Okay,
so regardless of lowering the height, all options in terms of all 9 are still relevant. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I think that now I am looking at slide 20 here. What kind of analysis was done in terms of, I know you've grouped these in number of units and form and structure here, but I'm thinking about the impact to the neighborhood. Did we look at the impact in terms of number of possible occupants for each form and the impact that it would have to the neighborhood?
Yeah. So in terms of the number of occupants, we really are focus more on the number of units.
Okay.
We're not, there's no occupancy requirements or ways to kind of understand necessarily the number of occupants within one of these middle housing types. So that wasn't something we specifically looked at. Part of the EIS process, though, did look at middle housing in different neighborhoods to understand those impacts.
So where I'm going with this is that if every developer opts for a sixplex, and every unit within that sixplex has 3 to 4 individuals in it, I would think that's going to have a much greater impact in terms of parking, utilities, et cetera, to the neighborhood than if it was just a duplex, for example. So have we studied that at all in terms of overall impact, or are you saying you were just looking at number of units?
So we did look at number of units. I would have to, as Kirsten mentioned, the EIS is quite lengthy, so I'd have to double check on an exact response to what, the assumptions were around density within those units.
Okay. And then I think it was slide 10 about transportation. So you do mention that there is an impact on transportation. Can you, I guess, further elaborate a little bit in terms of what those impacts would look like, what mitigation, and I know you're in the transportation department, so I don't want to completely put you on the spot, but how do we mitigate if that this is going to impact, right? So how are we going to mitigate those impacts once we start to see this implemented and the development starts?
Rebecca, you want to?
Sure, and I'll also provide a little bit of a response to your earlier question.
Okay.
And I'll speak generally because this is how all jurisdictions will approach growth projections and analysis in a comprehensive plan. So when we update our comprehensive plan, we have a growth projection. We analyze that growth projection. Usually it's driven by job growth, and that drives housing growth. So as mentioned earlier, our comprehensive plan did analyze a larger growth projection than we actually expect. It was something like 152,000 units, so much greater. But that addressed all growth projections that we would anticipate with this middle housing impact. And as mentioned, there were system-wide impacts that were analyzed or expected from transportation. So now we would expect the transportation department to update their plan. Mitigation strategies might be congestion mitigation, multimodal mitigation. I think it's varied, and we would expect to see that when transportation comes forward with their system-wide plan.
Okay.
Individual site mitigation will occur at the time of development permit. So with the exception of transportation, utility and other impacts will be mitigated at the time of permit.
Okay. And you're confident that, so you do make the statement in here that there is no impact to utilities, police, fire. But on the other hand, not to play gotcha, but on the other hand, you also say that if a developer comes and wants to redevelop that property, they've got to prove that it's not going to have a detrimental impact, and if the study shows that they do, then they have to pay for it. So do we feel confident, or is that a way of just making sure that anything does get beyond our confidence level, that we can handle the increased density, that we're going to make the developer pay for it?
Can I clarify first the premise? It's the no significant adverse impact is what was the
No
determination.
significant.
Yes, so not saying no impact. That part of the function of an EIS, an environmental impact statement, is to disclose impacts. And so there were impacts disclosed, and there were also mitigation measures assigned with those. But the kind of the determination was no significant adverse impact.
Okay.
There will be updates, we believe, to a system-wide plan for utilities as well. But when it comes to a specific site mitigation, for example, some lots are on septic, or they are on a utility line that is much narrower than the future growth can handle. So while there might be capacity in overall water supply, the individual line might need to be upgraded to handle that future development, and that would need to be borne by the developer unless they want to wait for a system-wide upgrade.
Okay. Okay. Last question. Thank you, Mayor, for your, the 150,000 fee in lieu. If a developer opts for that, where does that money go and what will it be used for?
So that money would go towards affordable housing. So that's something that would be pooled and leveraged to develop affordable housing elsewhere. Not within that project, likely not in a middle housing form. We can leverage those dollars for more affordable housing in denser development areas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bahargava.
Yeah, we're just going through our initial questions, right, Mayor?
Just,
point.
yeah.
Yeah. But before I even ask the question, I only have actually one question because I think the presentation was really great and the responses were thoughtful and clear. So thank you, Director Orna, Kristen, Nick, and John as well. My question is really for the taxes piece because this was an interesting and simple way of putting it together, which I had not heard before. Lots of concerns come about the increase in taxes and how it's making it, pricing folks out and things like that. And I just want to double click on what you said, so make sure that I understand that fully. I'm trying to paraphrase, so maybe it's better if you explain that, maybe better, but I'll paraphrase very briefly what I took away. There is a tax dollar amount. Prices go up. You said they've gone up significantly over the last couple of years. The increase is proportional to that tax dollar base, not someone's individual tax, and it goes up in a certain percentage. And if you divide it over the total square footage, you might actually pay lower taxes. Is that did you say that clear?
Pretty close to that. There's a couple of slight variations to it. It is your valuation of the properties. So that is the basis. And your share of that valuation. So when the council each year levies a tax amount, it's a fixed dollar amount. And then the county assessor converts that to the amount per thousand on value of your share of the valuation. So it really is about your share of the relative share of the pie.
Got it. But I also want to focus on the lowering that you talked about. Can you explain that once again?
It's the counterintuitive part of the process.
Yes, that's why I want to double click on it.
So if the denominator or overall valuation continues to grow, you haven't changed the tax amount. You set an amount for the year, that's what is charged. But if the valuation goes up, it's divided across a larger amount. So your amount per thousand actually decreases. It still gets to the same math, but it gets there through a change in that relative share.
Can I ask one more clarifying question on that? What would that mean to an individual homeowner, potentially? Just that math, so it's simple and clear to understand.
Simple and clear, very little change whatsoever. The reason why property taxes go up are because of all of the there are 165 taxing districts that have the potential to affect property owners in King County. We have 13 that affect our property owners. You are but one of them. And each of those has different authorities. And whether it is the voters or those taxing districts that establish changes in rates, that changes the amount of tax that is collected. And it is just divided out across those various pieces. So we really only control our piece of it, and the homeowners and the businesses see that whole value. And so it's still calculated in that way, but it's a complicated piece of math that involves all of those different jurisdictions making decisions that are divided across their areas.
Okay, thank you, John. Very enlightening. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I'm struggling because I can't see council members Malikution or Hamilton, so I don't know. There we go. There's one. And there's two. Okay, thank you for doing that. Perfect. So do either of you have questions, general questions to ask?
I have, but I would love Councilmember Hamilton goes first.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, just a quick question, if I could, about backyard cottages and around the discussion of the size of the cottages. Um, so, we've got a size standard for a DADU. We're talking about the size for a backyard cottage. Would there be so if, for example, the backyard cottage went to 1,500 square feet, would there be another housing type option that could be built on a property with an existing house that would be 1,750 square feet?
Yeah, sure, I can speak to that. So at that point, then it would just be limited by the maximum FAR possible on the site and the number of units. So if you had a primary single-family home and wanted to build a second structure that was not a cottage or an ADU, it would just be how much extra square footage would be left once you calculate the total FAR for 2 units, again, also based on the size of the lot, and then minusing out whatever square footage is already there for the existing structure.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman, Deputy
Oh,
Mayor.
perfect. Thank you so much. I also just want to first thanks everyone that reached out to us about this LUCA, whether through emails, personal conversation, as Councilmember Newhouse mentioned, recent meeting that we had 250 residents engaged. This involvement, whether in support or opposition, shows what makes Bellevue such a unique place and a special place to live. I also, before I ask my questions, want to thank planning commissioners. They went through enormous effort to come up with this recommendation, and of course, city staff. Their dedication is amazing. Their patience answering all of our questions. And again, this is a humongous effort, and I wanted to appreciate that before I ask my questions. I have 3 of them, if you can entertain them, please. The first one is there any stats on other jurisdiction or cities that has adopted middle housing sooner before than us? How many units has been developed? If we have year over year, how much is it, for example, increase year over year? And if you also know the stats that this middle housing development, what percentage of total development was middle housing development? Do you have any of those stats from other cities?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So a couple more local jurisdictions within the state that have passed middle housing include Kirkland, Bothell, Spokane. Kirkland, I believe, was one of the first out of the gate back in 2019. They have a really great housing dashboard that has that information kind of collected in one spot. So for example, in the first year of production, and this was when they were permitting up to 3 units per lot, I believe was the maximum density, 6 cottages and 28 ADUs, and that was pretty much it. It has increased a bit over time, the highest year being in 2023. They had 65 cottages, 77 ADUs, and then 16 2 to 3 unit projects.
Excuse me, it's really hard to hear.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I can't hear a word. Repeat that, please.
Sure. So in 2019 in Kirkland, the number of cottages permitted were 6, 28 ADUs, and then no 2 to 3 unit structures. The highest year of development in Kirkland for their middle housing was in 2023. That year, there were 65 cottages, 77 ADUs, and 16 2 to 3 unit structures. Spokane also passed middle housing regulations in 2023. The average was about 59 units in 2023, and the total number of middle housing units permitted since July 1st of 2022 was 76. And that's relative to a population of about 230,000 folks. So we know generally this takes time for these developments to begin. I know in the city of Bothell, which passed the middle housing regulations about 1.5 years ago, I believe at this time, they're only really now starting to see some of the permitting for that coming in. So we know these opportunities will exist somewhere in the city, but there are a lot of just natural restrictions on will make this happen relatively slowly over time.
And when, a quick follow-up on my first question, when you said like in Spokane, for example, 51 units in 2023, do you know what was the total of uh, housing development was that 59 was middle housing development?
I don't have that data for Spokane. In Kirkland, it was a pretty small percentage. Between 2017 and 2021, ADUs made up only 1.37% of all units permitted, and then the remaining of duplexes up to fourplexes was just over 3%.
Gotcha. Thank you. My second question is, what are some other constraints that if we pass whatever we pass tonight, Planning Commission recommendation, minimum HB 1110, your options, whatever we pass tonight, what after we pass, what other some of the other constraints that prevent a developer and owner build a middle housing?
Sure. One kind of overall constraint is just sort of the market. If it's a difficult time to develop and make a project pencil, especially with the way that mortgage rates are currently. Some sort of area-wide issues are, as Rebecca mentioned earlier, areas that are on septic. We know we have some communities on well water. Extension of those utilities is quite expensive. So for some of these smaller infill projects, it just may not make sense to be able to produce housing if you're having to make all these improvements. That's a really limiting factor. Those are some of kind of the really big ones in terms of what's just kind of naturally limit. As we mentioned earlier as well, also covenants. So neighborhoods that have restrictive covenants that restrict, say, to one unit on a lot would not be able to take advantage of these middle housing regulations, as those private contractual agreements would take precedence.
Gotcha. Thank you. Now my last question, actually you touched on that, covenant. We hear a lot about covenant, and I know you mentioned in your presentation that that's going to protect middle housing. But how can we help our community that when we are issuing the permit, we kind of also tell them the red flag? Hey, by the way, I know we may not know all of the covenants in Bellevue. Maybe that's a very hard knowledge to know. But have you thought about a way that we can help the developer, the person who is buying that property, the owner, that, hey, yes, middle housing has passed, great, but you have the HOA or CCNR or the covenant that you cannot build that. Is there any thought behind this?
We have heard that feedback during the process of engagement and are planning to include that in our materials that we provide to applicants to remind them that private covenants may take precedence over our individual ordinances, and they need to contact their HOA to learn the rules and work with them because it may not be allowed.
That's great. And my last comment is I wanted to also echo Councilmember Neuenhaus on community engagement. First of all, from the first time I was on the Planning Commission almost 8 years ago, we have came a long way in engaging our public. So kudos to the staff for improving our process year over year, month over month, quarter over quarter. That's for sure there. But I think still for something as big as this and as complex as this, we need to do even better. Hopefully we can do some lesson learned about this specific topic. The complexity, the impact was kind of forced us to do better than this, and hopefully we can do that for the next big scope, complex and impactful topic in people's life. We do a even more comprehensive engagement that what we did on the middle housing. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to ask, I have kind of a quick question. It's back to the cottage housing. So my goal is to allow 1750 square foot homes. But when it comes to cottages, I actually want to have something that is, would be senior friendly, that would be, a good starter home, that would be more affordable. So I guess if we redefine what a cottage is, does that make it harder? I know you answered it already, but I didn't fully understand the implications. Does it make it harder to develop a 1750 3-foot home, including garage? I mean, 3-story home?
So as Kirsten noted, the FAR would be what would control the floor area ratio for the site. So basically, if the council decided to reduce the square footage to 1,500, and someone came in with a proposal for 1,750, we would just not call that a cottage. We would permit it as another middle housing type.
Right.
And we'd look at the form to figure out how it gets slotted, but we certainly would not slot it as a cottage because council has said this is what a cottage is in Bellevue and have set those requirements.
But do cottages, are they exempt from the FAR?
The cottages, the FAR is what controls. So cottages don't count towards the unit density. So cottages, there are advantages if someone wanted to design a cottage that they aren't subject to the same density limits that other middle housing types are subject to. So
Can you explain that a little more?
So if we're looking at a lot size, let's say a 10,000 square foot lot size, and the cottage square footage limit is 1,750, and 0.9 is the FAR.
For larger lots,
For
for lots over 10,000 square feet.
So what's less than 10?
It's one, I don't have it off the top of my head, I want to say 1.2.
Okay, let's go with a round number. So let's just assume you would basically figure out what the allowable FAR is for the lot. So if we go with 10,000 square foot lot, and let's assume 0.9, so that's, you could have 9,000 square feet of development on that lot. So what you would do, and for middle housing, that's what would apply. So they could build up to 9,000 square feet. But if they propose something other than a cottage, then the density is what would control. So they may be limited to 4 units, so those could be bigger units, but they would only get to have 4 units. If someone's proposing a cottage, we don't look at what the density limit is. Instead, we would look at 9,000 divided by 1,750, which is maybe 5? Okay, so you would get 5 cottages under that current allowance. So it is a way to incentivize cottages. So there are advantages if someone wants to slot themselves as a cottage because they're not treated in terms of density the same way that a townhouse might be treated.
So I guess, I would love to see if there's a home on a large lot. What we see today is an older home gets mowed down and a very large home gets built right to the edge of the lot line. And what I'd love to see is if they took that older home down, that they would put maybe 3 of these 1750 homes on that lot. Would they be able to do that without being called a cottage?
Yes, they would be called just a middle housing type, whatever that form looks like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, how do Kirkland and how do Spokane define cottages? Because I've seen cottages in Spokane and I've seen them in Kirkland and they look a little different.
Yeah, I don't know the Spokane definition. We did, Planning Commission discussed cottages at a couple of sessions, and we did pull some information from Kirkland. So the square footage in the Luca proposal is closely aligned with what Kirkland would allow. I believe the height, though, is higher in Bellevue, the 38 feet, than what Kirkland would allow for a cottage. But the square footage is fairly comparable to what Kirkland would
The
characterize as a
1750, but
cottage.
just a lower height?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, those are my questions. Councilmember Sumadawiria.
Thank you. First, I want to say, can you all hear me? Okay, thank you. So I kind of want to mirror what my colleague said. I feel like something I think I feel really grateful is all the email I've been receiving. And I'm actually really encouraged for how passionate we are because we love the city and from every neighborhood because we care. I think one thing that makes me really feel like this process is really encouraging is because we care about the city. So everybody have a place to tell the voice. And one thing that I want to echo that I think the engagement part, we could do even more because these language are really complicated to learn the code and also having the understanding of maybe these each micro steps, and then we can break it down to like more simpler language would be really helpful for our neighborhoods to understand fully before any I guess decision to be made. It would be really helpful. And then I think that we can understand the process and impact more. One question I have is about Rebecca, when you said when you have the individual permit going in, we have the individual permit report coming out. Are those public information when the report coming out?
Yes, that would be subject to a public records request.
Oh, okay. And is it pretty easily accessible? Okay. Okay, thank you. And then another question I had was it's regarding the tax. So for the tax, what percentage of it go to King County? Sorry. Thank you. What percentage of the property tax goes to the county, and what percentage come to City of Bellevue, and how usually that's being used back to the residents?
So approximately, off the top of my head, about 13%, 13.5% comes to the city of Bellevue. All of the other goes to county, the state for education, the school districts, a variety of other locations. So really, of the property taxes, it's about 13% is how much we receive back of that.
Okay, and then you said the growth is about only 1%. That's limited, right?
By law, the council can only increase property taxes by 1% per year.
Okay.
Without a vote of the people.
Okay, and then can you remind me, what's the average inflation, 3% right now?
2.5% to 3% is what
Okay.
your average is, and so it does not keep pace with inflation, no.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. One of my last question I have is about, for realistically, right? So if we pass by the state minimum, I guess like within 5 years, do we have an idea how many units of affordable housing, how many units would be produced?
Did you say affordable housing?
I mean, or units, like middle housing units, what is the projection? I understand there's a lot of variables added to it because some unit might not even come realization, right? So do you have a rough number?
I wish I had my notes, but I believe it was around for us to be able to meet our target and what we assigned or expected within our residential areas, which is around 3,000. And we'd have to produce 120 dwelling units per year, which is about 8 to 10 dwelling units per neighborhood that's created over from now until 2044. And thanks for the notes. And what we also looked at was just how are we doing now, knowing that we don't allow middle housing now, but what's our production in housing units in our residential areas. And so we were seeing about 68 units per year being produced, and that's over the past 5 years on average, about 68 units. So we're going to need to ramp up the pace to 121 a year once we allow for middle housing within the areas in order to track towards our target of 35,000 overall. A lot of the growth is being accommodated in our growth corridors, but the neighborhoods do also play a role.
Okay. I'm sorry, I do have a last one question. So the question I want to ask is about the developer's fee. If there is any, the slide where you go back, is asking the developer have to pay for the improvement of the impact infrastructure. Do you know what is usually roughly what's the ratio of the cost if they're a developer side?
Oh, that's a great question. I can try and reach out to some stakeholders to see their estimate. That's not something I have right now. It's probably highly variable as well to what extent of upgrades might be.
Yeah, but maybe just a variance, how much we have to add to it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Well, yeah, I want to also thank the staff for doing such a Herculean task on a subject that may not be possible to make clear choices and decisions, as indicated by the questions raised and by what the public has told us, what we've heard from the public, from all sides. I think we ask questions that may not be possible to answer. Before, I got some specific questions, but I just want to make another statement following up because of the questions raised, specifically by Deputy Mayor Mo. Everybody, including Councilmember Newhouse, Councilmember Claire, we thought that engagement needs to be more, right? We need to do more. But I want to applaud you that you have done a lot of engagement. But it's not possible. It's not a winnable situation. There are hundreds of people, maybe thousands, that have given us inputs. And they're taking one side or the other. On the issue, look at the issue first. We're talking about individuals' personal property, how we live. We work our life off. We make money. We save our savings, and we buy a home where we raise our family. We live, we work, and we die in them sometimes. And the other people of our family come back and live. So it's a lot of history. Property is in America, for Americans, property right is sacred. We don't give up. We don't let people play with it. And this is property, individual property right we're playing game with. And the way we have presented to them, the state has come up with the legislation, and we are going along with it and tinkering with it. People say, what are you doing? And most people don't know what's going on. We say, well, this is going to be more housing and your property, and we're going to do something with it. What are we going to do with it? It's my right. I pay for it. Americans, we move from East Coast to West Coast, pioneers. We go everywhere, homestead. We live where we want to live because this is what we put stake in. Our livelihood was put in there. Now you're going to play with it? And we want to explain. Yes, absolutely. You guys do a good job. I mentioned a couple of things with the staff. We need to show people. This is a good example. I appreciate the model. You see, it's OG, college development. What is it? Everybody has got a different idea of college housing. So what is? Now you got something. At least people say, this is what it is. Maybe I don't mind having something like this, but I have to make the choice. Not somebody else tells me. And I want to know who is the neighbor living next to me. I make the decision. I make the choice. We make the choice.
You choose who your neighbor is?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's new to me. Listen, we're in a question phase here. Do you have some questions you would like to ask staff?
That's my question. I'm just posing. People are saying, how are we going to do this? It's not possible. I don't know why you always want to shut me up when I was asking questions. Everybody else can ask all the questions. And you ask questions, what do you want college housing look like? That's not what we're talking about, but you can say it and I cannot.
I have not heard a question yet, so I'm asking.
I'm asking them, what is the question for the public? We need to, okay, so let's just rest it there. We need to listen to the public and make sure that public understand what choices they're making. So I'm asking you the same question. The question, simple question. We have a list of things. You talk about parking, talk about fee in lieu. You mentioned a couple of things, just to satisfy the mayor. What do you mean by walking distance, half a mile? This is walking, driving, bicycling isn't the same? What's the difference between walking and other?
Yeah, so walking distance means that within that certain distance, so if it's a half mile, there's a feasible route to get from point A to, let's say, a rapid ride station that is a half mile. And the reason that's important is that if you're just measuring based on as the crow flies, particularly if you're in a neighborhood with a lot of cul-de-sacs and maybe not on a very good grid route, even though it may, as the crow flies, be a half mile from a given parcel to a station, you may not be able to walk there within a half of a mile. So that's why that distinction is important.
Well, that's pretty tricky. How do I know there's a park there or not? Maybe there's a piece of whatever there that I cannot walk by. So it's kind of weird definition. That's just my comment, okay? I want to know more. Why, how do you use that as a criteria of walking? I would imagine a distance is distance, whether it be driving, or can fly, or.
I think maybe, they call it a walk shed. Maybe that sounds more.
Okay, so
Familiar.
just a
I
question,
wanna know-
and I want you to better
Councilmember
clarify.
Or
Walk
Councilmember
shed.
Lee.
Walk shed, could you define that? Never heard that.
And Councilmember Lee, the state actually provides the language that we're using here. So the state makes a distinction that it is a half mile walking distance, or rather it's a quarter mile, sorry, but it's a quarter mile walking distance. So that's actually verbatim from state law.
So
That's the
if I
measurement.
run, that doesn't count?
You could run. That's great.
Yeah, if I crawl, doesn't
We'd be
count.
looking at
Come on.
Google. We'd be looking at Google Maps or some other material.
Well, I'm just pointing out, yeah, I understand.
This is a distance whether you walk, run, or crawl. It's the same distance.
Right.
from-
Or drive, or fly, same
Right,
distance.
that's right.
So why put down the word walking distance?
Okay.
Be clarified.
Point
People are
taken.
confused. I'm just giving you example of when people see something like this is, what does it matter? I mean, this is just one example.
Okay.
Okay. Second, we talk about what are we ultimately choosing? Okay, we're giving a bunch of options, 6 options. Then maybe we're gonna add 2 more, maybe 8 or maybe 9. And when we make all those options, what does it mean to me as a homeowner living in a particular house in a particular area? I don't know. Right? How does it affect me? How does it affect my neighbors? So I think if I agree or disagree, if I choose one or the other, they may be all good choices. I appreciate what you guys told me. I talked to you beforehand. Some of the options with the Planning Commission option might be a better option. But what does it mean by better? What does the public want? Public said, don't bother us. But we have to. So we bother them to some extent. We disturb them. We have to ask them for something. So how do we compare? So I agree. Maybe from our perspective, we can explain to people, explain to me. I said, agree. Planning Commission actually is very considerate, thoughtful. They went look through, based on Bellevue, based on our constituents, based on talking to the public. Planning Commission options better. But in other options, maybe that's not the case. It's just the opposite. The state condition may be, or application may be better to me, from my understanding, but to others may not. So how do I choose which one is better, which one is not, if you ask me to choose one over the other? So people just automatically think that Planning Commission's option is too much, too imposing. But how do they know? I can't tell based on what you're talking about, unless you specifically explain to people, how does that affect me, affect my neighborhood? We come here to choose to live in Bellevue because of many things. I always tell people come here because it's safe, education, it's got quality of life and opportunity, great economy support, great business. That's why I come here. People still decision is made today. We heard somebody say people are actually not leaving here. People are not actually buying homes here because they are giving their opportunities of having other options that may affect the quality of life in Bellevue. So if they walk, we are anticipating 100 of ESI, right, environmental impact, So 50,000 homes. But we're estimating for 35,000. And we're talking about infrastructures, no big deal. So I'm going to ask you too. I would like to hear, if we build 50,000 homes, how many builders, developers would say we are able to provide the infrastructure, transportation specifically, sewer, this water and all that, and to guarantee that 50,000 additional homes we can support without utilities? How do we do that? I know today even our waste treatment, our clean water, it's already falling behind. They cannot support us. We say, well, builders, it's your responsibility. You have to fix it. The builders, how can I fix it? So we say, well, you have to pay $150,000 to do that. Can they do it? Maybe they can do it for that lot. But how about the guy who's next to them?
Let's let them answer your question.
Yeah, please answer that question.
So I think, what people are concerned about is that we allow development without having the utilities support to accommodate the new development. And so how are we going to manage that if somebody comes in and wants to put 4 homes on one lot where there used to be 1 home? How are we going to make sure that we have the utilities to support those 4 new homes and don't jeopardize the rest of the neighborhood's utilities?
Sure, there will be an analytical process by which our utility department determines what capacity exists today and what the projected need will be for the proposed housing. And if it does not exist, the applicant will have to propose a way to meet it, and we will review it. And we will either approve it or say that's not adequate and go through an iterative process to determine how to mitigate the proposed demand and need.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add? Sorry, thanks, Mayor. There's a disconnect there because the King County Waste Treatment Division is already inadequate, already having problems. And, this is going to, and they're trying to raise their rates to have the public to pay for it. And that's going to make the housing costs even higher. No matter how cheap we build the homes, they have to pay a real high sewage rate. And that's going to take time to fix it. So you can accommodate maybe 1 home, 2 homes. If I'm a builder, yes, I can take care of, just have my own sewer hooked up to an existing line. It will go away. It will be taken care of. However, how can you accommodate 25,000, 50,000? That's going to eventually somebody have to pay the piper. So what I'm saying is, we can have builders, yes, mitigate, but it's only for whatever that builder is responsible for. We don't evaluate the whole picture of how about 35,000 homes.
So I think Councilmember
And that
Lee
applies to
brings up a good
transportation.
point.
We know transportation is already congested. What do? Yes, one house can be accommodated.
Can
We
I
can do
just
it
clarify
better.
one thing?
Yes.
I think you bring up a really good point of the regional impacts, because every city, it has to adopt 1110. And so regionally, we know how we're going to manage it locally, as you said, but how is the whole region going to manage the increased strain on existing infrastructure?
That will need to be reconciled in those individual infrastructure plans, utility plans, and system-wide plans that utilities and transportation will be updating based on our comprehensive plan growth. So.
And could I add? We do know, because of the robust environmental impact statement and the analysis that was completed as part of looking at what the potential capacity would be, we do understand what the impacts are as it relates to that, which, that's information that we can certainly tighten up and bring back as a response for you all to understand specifically to that question, Councilmember Lee, how the EIS discusses that or contemplates that. So we can bring that back.
That'd be nice. Thank you. So I think I will say the last one, so that we can feel relaxed. I have visited the Kirkland's ADU project. It's beautiful, wonderful, nice. I mean, you know, they tore down an old home, put up a new, 3 homes together on the same lot. One is attached, one is detached, and they fully utilize the land. And people can get access in and out. And the builder's very happy, the neighborhood seems to be happy, and there's some new homes next to it. And the new homes are selling for, you know, $1.5 million, $2 million. These ADU, detached, combined, altogether, you know, each unit goes for $1.5 million, and 3 units combined is $3 million or more. How many people affordable? That's the point I'm making, okay? And
another good question is missing middle design to create affordable housing.
Yeah, that's it's actually a common question that we got from the community as well. We are under no illusion that the middle housing types are going to be affordable. We believe that the price point might be more attainable for some families, but we do not suggest that these are affordable, capital A, capital H, as we kind of define affordable housing. We see that in Seattle with their DADU programs that have taken off. There's a real strong market for standalone units still. And so DADUs, detached accessory dwelling units, offer that, and they still command a pretty high price in Seattle. So we see that kind of bearing out here.
so I want to conclude, honestly.
Okay.
I heard today that was brought up. One is we need to look at all the infrastructures. They're all connected. They're all interrelated, right? And they all affect the whole city and the whole region. So we cannot just keep on building them saying, well, our house can do it. And second, I heard also, people here in Bellevue will live here. I've lived in Bellevue for 57 years. I'm here for good. I probably would die here, you know. But if people cannot live the way they want to, they're gonna move. They will move. They can sell the house in a high price. They're gonna move somewhere else, you know. So when that happens, you're gonna have a lot of homes that may be vacant, you know. They just erase the home and build something else that may not be what other people are looking for, because, you know, number one, you are not accommodating. You are not taking care of the people who are already here, already live here, who want to continue to live here, right? So we need to thinking, yeah, that's absolutely correct. But at the same time, we want to build more homes, for sure. We want to build more at lower cost, for sure. But let's figure that out. Let's figure that out. How do we do that? You know, not just say automatically, well, this whole area's got to be done this way. Not necessarily, because you have to have the, yeah, that's all I have to say. So thank you. So I support having lower cost homes. It makes sense. It's more efficient. People choose to do that. People choose to live there. They will come, we'll accommodate them. Okay, but there are other folks that don't, and I think we also need to consider, how do we keep them here? How do we accommodate them?
Okay.
That's all.
Thank
Thank you.
you. I know Councilmember Newhouse, you had one more question.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. John, sorry, I'm gonna go after you one more time on this, on the taxes. I just wanna be crystal clear that if you own a property, and let's say it's within that quarter to half mile, near a major transit, stop, and now, regardless if it's the Luca or the 1110, your property or the valuation of your property, I assume, is going to go up. I'm not talking about taking the councilmanic 1%. That property value, because you can now build more housing units on it, it's gonna have a higher value, right, associated with it, and it would be highly desirable for a developer to purchase it in order to do that. Are you telling me that you would still not see any increase in your property taxes as a homeowner if that were to happen? Because I'll be honest, I'm very concerned about seniors or those on a fixed income, that they are gonna see a substantial increase in their property taxes. Now, don't get me wrong, their property's more valuable, and when they sell it, okay, great. But as Councilor Lee just said, I also care about the people who live up here right now and wanna stay in our community right now. So I just want to clarify that with you one more time.
So, Councilmember, If all of the properties go up by the same relative value, there's not going to be any change. If-
No, I'm just talking within that quarter or
Yeah,
half
let
mile.
me, but it is not just that that single area that the assessor looks at or the basis for it.
Okay.
They look at all of the commercial properties in the city as well as residential properties. And that $93 billion valuation I talked about, they put it into all of that. And so an increase in one area, will it potentially have a higher relative share of the total pie? It might, but it's not a significant increase. And so it really is part of that larger valuation. So I can't guarantee you that nobody will see an increase, but if everything goes up, and the way we've been seeing it, some years we're seeing residential grow faster, some years we're seeing commercial grow faster. It's a market rate issue, and the assessor goes in and looks at it from 3 different valuation methodologies to evaluate what the value of properties are. We don't do it, we don't get to touch that. They make all of those determinations, and then about once every 5 years, they do drive-throughs of the neighborhoods to do spot validation of what they had assessed. So, Councilmember, it's a drop in this larger component of the system, and so there might be some variation to it. You might see some that'll go up faster, but you'll also see as new properties are built, those take on a larger valuation, and you see some decreases. So there ebbs and flows throughout the whole thing.
Okay.
Our look at this, we don't see significant impacts from it relative to these decisions. Once there's development on a property, that changes the math, as Councilmember Lee was suggesting. Small homes have great deal of value right then, so those individually pick up different valuations. But that raises the overall valuation and gives somebody else's property a lower relative valuation because it doesn't have the 3 units on it.
Okay.
Right? So, and again, as you're thinking about your property tax, you have 2 elements to it. You have the land, and then you have the building on it.
Building, yep.
And the land is a piece of it, and that's the part that we're talking about tonight. It's not the stuff on top, because that exists today and that's not changing. It's the valuation of the property underneath, which is a smaller portion of the overall bill.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, we are going to take a break, come back at 1:45. Thank you for your patience, everybody. All right, let's, can we get going, please? Okay, so, again, I'm going to ask people if you want to talk to go out and turn the corner. Thank you. Okay, so before we take our votes, I know that I have something that I want to say, and I think maybe some of my colleagues might as well, just about the process, the thought process that we have been going through. So I will start us off, and then whoever would like to follow me may. First of all, I do want to thank the community. It's been an amazing input of information to the council on people's opinions and their experiences, and I have to say, it has been 50-50 on what people want and what people don't want. I never anticipated when I ran for Bellevue City Council that I would have to implement this policy that the state has mandated on us. It's hard, it's really hard because I always wanted to direct growth to our growth areas, and now we are directing growth to our neighborhoods. But I have mixed feelings on that, and I've seen it done well in cities, and I've seen it done poorly, and I'm really committed to doing this well in Bellevue. So I have goals that I want to accomplish in implementing this missing middle, and it's to increase housing of all affordabilities, even though I know this doesn't necessarily bring in affordable housing. I think that being able to build smaller housing, it will be more affordable for some. I want to increase opportunities for families to live in neighborhoods. I want to increase opportunities for children to be enrolled in our Bellevue School District, the top school district in Washington State. I want employees to be able to live close to where they work. I want our residents to be able to live in Bellevue without a car if they choose. So more housing around more transit. I want to retain and expand our tree canopy. I want senior-friendly housing that people can downsize into. I want starter homes that first-time home buyers can buy. I want to retain neighborhood character, and I want a sustainable community. I want an equitable and accessible community, and I want to see multi-generational community, because that's what I grew up with, and I think a lot of us grew up with having all generations in our neighborhoods, and we don't see that anymore. I want to see our children be able to come back to Bellevue and live here, because we invest so much into our children, time, energy, and money, and we are not seeing a return on our investment because they can't live here, most of them, when they're done with their education. So I'm going to be making my decisions knowing that we can reassess the impact of those decisions, and we can, within the confines of House Bill 1110 and the other one, whatever it is, we can tweak what we do. But we've all given this a tremendous amount of thought, and we've appreciated your input, so thank you. So anybody else want to go ahead, Councilmember Newhouse?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the comments. And yeah, I might even be a little bit more plain speaking in terms of this being in front of us tonight. This is, make no mistake about it, is taking away local control. And that bothers me. And I think it's a lesson for the city that going forward, we may need to more aggressively push back against bills that take away local control. And it could be regarding any issue, but I feel like if we don't make a statement and push back early on, this is what happens. We get forced into a situation to make very difficult decisions by a very strict timeline. And quite frankly, I would trust the residents of this city, I trust this council to make better decisions for what is best for Bellevue, what made Bellevue special and why we made Bellevue our home, than someone in Olympia who may or may not have ever even visited our city before. So I'll make that comment. Now, middle housing. Per the Department of Commerce, definition of middle housing is defined as buildings that are compatible in scale, form, and character with single-family houses. Now, that is kind of my guiding light, is that definition as I see it. There could be a slight different, interpretation of that, but some of the options that we see here, for me personally, doesn't quite align with that. Some of it does, but not all of it. So I think my votes will dictate that. And I've always been an advocate and a strong advocate for creating more affordable housing, as this entire council has been. And I'm glad we've recognized tonight, and thank you, Nick and Rebecca, for being transparent that this probably won't create very much affordability. This will be market rate, right? So on the other hand, creating more housing options is a good thing. Creating more housing inventory, if it's enough, can potentially lower the cost of housing as well. However, I do not see us getting to 35,000 housing units by 2044. And at the same time, I think we need to balance livability with that goal. Again, that quality of life is, again, why people chose to make Bellevue their home. And I think we got to keep that in mind as we go through this as well. So good that we're focused on housing. The other concern I have, and I think you'll understand where I'm coming from based on the questions I asked earlier, is the expense to the neighborhoods, the expense to the single-family homes of, and some of it may or may not be, we might be able to mitigate it, but we don't know, and that really concerns me. So I'd rather go slow than jump in and then not be able to switch or mitigate or correct the course if needed. However, I also don't want to make it very difficult for developers that see an opportunity that could create some additional homes. So again, it's going to be a balance. But that impact of that additional density, again, if it's congested streets, if it's failing infrastructure, utilities, et cetera, I think that's going to have a bigger impact. Just because we're limited knowledge right now than potentially it will be. I'm also concerned about public safety. I think whenever you got more people, there's potentially for, more issues could happen, or you're servicing more people, right? You got parking issues. I think about that because we've been getting a lot of emails. We've been getting a lot of, and rightly so, about Vision Zero, about the safety of our streets, of walking, cycling, driving, et cetera. And I think about, a lot of neighborhoods that might not have a sidewalk, and if there are a lot of cars parked on the street, that forces kids, families to walk further in the middle of the street. And that's not safe. So that concerns me as well. The tree canopy or the tree removal, I think that is something that we can address up front, even if it requires us to perhaps tweak the tree code. But that's also important to me, that we maintain that tree canopy. That's very important as well. So I think that's where I'll stop right there. But just to give you some insight into my lens and how I'm looking at this, and I think my votes will dictate these types of viewpoints that I have as we go into the voting stage of this. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Behar Garba.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A few things. One, I just want to start by saying there's some resonance between some of the objectives that Mayor Robinson talked about, creating housing choices within Bellevue, that really resonate with me. So thank you for putting out some of those guiding principles. I also want to start, because I didn't do this before, I want to take a moment to really thank the city staff for putting together a proposal and working so hard through the very broad multitude of processes, of inputs you got, and building, even if folks say it could be better, a really good, engaged public engagement process. I also want to thank everyone in the public who has participated in this process. It's been a long, arduous, and I would say even an intense process, working through a very difficult and complicated topic. So everybody who participated, thank you for the inputs. We've got inputs from both sides, multitude of angles, and we have to be very careful and considerate across all of those. A diversity in opinions and people choosing to participate in this process is how we know that this democratic process is really working. I especially loved to see some of the many, many younger residents come out and get involved in this public process, which I didn't see as much of in the time I was in the Planning Commission. So I think that's a great step forward. Appreciate it. Lastly, I want to take a minute to thank the Planning Commission for the extensive work that went into this, putting this recommendation together. I had the opportunity to witness firsthand how my fellow planning commissioners worked really hard through the diverse inputs to try and balance the priorities, bring the compromises, and put together what I believe is a thoughtful plan for the city of Bellevue and for the future of Bellevue. A lot of thought has been put into the recommendation, and there are compromises that have been incorporated. So many of my votes today will align with what I believe is a thoughtful set of recommendations from the commission. And thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hamilton.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Also, too, thank you to Rebecca and Nick and Kirsten. This has been really good work. I appreciate you getting back to us so quickly with the answers to our questions. Appreciate too, as mentioned earlier, that the Middle Housing Project webpage has already been updated with these same questions and answers, and then the additional clarity that we received tonight is appreciated. I think the public engagement on middle housing has been robust. We've had a chance to examine this issue very thoroughly. Ultimately, our iterative process has resulted in a Planning Commission recommendation that weighs the requirements of House Bills 1110 and 1337, top-notch work by our staff, and the needs and desires of our community members. I don't, in my short time, remember any issue that has come to council that has gotten this much public input and feedback, and I really appreciate that. And as mentioned, while middle housing is not going to be built quickly or in large quantities, it is a vitally important part of the city's housing mix. The implementation of the House Bills 1110 and 1337 represent an opportunity to slightly alter policies that have hindered the production of small-scale, affordable housing in Bellevue. If we carefully and thoughtfully customize 1110 and 1337 as the Planning Commission recommendation is done, we can institute policies that fit well for Bellevue residents. Middle housing represents an opportunity, albeit a modest one, to support our shift to greater affordability. If we don't seize opportunities to increase housing affordability like the one in front of us tonight, we will remain in the same position we are now. With the Planning Commission recommendation, we have the opportunity to take concrete steps towards achieving our housing goals. We can continue to encourage housing production that is more affordable, has more transportation options, and is closer to jobs and recreation. And if we insist that housing production is our top priority in Bellevue, then teachers, childcare workers, and service and retail workers will have a chance to find homes they can afford right here in our community. Middle housing is one tool to accomplish that goal. Renters are forced onto too many wait lists and buyers into too many bidding wars. Cutthroat competition drives up prices. Middle housing can help change that. Over time, middle housing options will give folks the chance to thrive in our community, either as renters or homeowners, building a strong foundation of stability and opportunity for themselves and the next generation. We need to make room for new housing, like was done for so many folks when they moved into new neighborhoods in our wonderful city. I'm fortunate that whoever built my house was not met with so much opposition that they decided to move on. We need to let property owners make decisions within reason about their private property. Some folks are going to want an ADU, cottage, fourplex, or any of the other property types contemplated in our codes tonight. Others don't want to change their properties. The Planning Commission recommendation is an opportunity to take a measured approach with middle housing. It provides the framework that makes requirements of folks that want to add some form of housing to their property and protects those who don't. And I support it. I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues and moving forward on middle housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Such a great comments from everyone so far. As I mentioned, I also appreciate every comment that we received through emails, through in-person meeting, through public engagement in Somerset or in the City Hall. We heard the concern of preserving Bellevue's neighborhood character, some concerns on traffic, infrastructure, parking, everything that make our city special. On the other hand, others are asking for middle housing because they want to move from condos to maybe buy their first house or want to own something instead of renting, hopefully to eventually afford a house in Bellevue. I think both groups has kind of this common goals. They want to make Bellevue livable. They're maybe by just seeing it different from each other. I do agree with comment mentioned so far that we are having challenges on our affordability and housing. The cost is high. There is not that much supply of housing. We are seeing children's grandchildren are struggling to afford to live in this community that they grew up. Our essential workers, teachers, firefighters, nurses, local business employees, they don't can buy anything here in Bellevue. And this is not just an kind of abstract economic issue. This is about people's families, the future of our city. In my vision, when we talk about middle housing, I don't see it as transforming every street in Bellevue into a high-rise corridor. I think hopefully we are talking about a respectful, scaled solutions like duplex, like cottage, that can feed seamlessly into our existing neighborhoods, often looking much like a larger single family. Best example, I have a neighbor across myself, almost 6,500 square foot house occupied by 2%. So imagine instead of that, the same footprint held three 1,750 square foot homes, each perfect for a family. We wouldn't need additional infrastructure or cut down more trees, but we could have 6 to 9 people instead of that two. Right now, we are watching older homes in our area being torn down and replaced with a massive mansion, 7,000 square foot, for just 2 or 3 people. To me, it does make more sense to use the same space to create comfortable homes for 2 or 3 families. I think we heard that is not going to be affordable with the definition of AMI and stuff, and I completely agree with that. But I think I read an article about Portland that had this middle housing for now 3.5 years and did overall over 3.5 years, 1,400 middle housing. The average price of them was up to 200,000 less than market housing because of the size, because of the diversity of the housing. And that could change, that a person can be qualified for a loan, that 200,000. Again, is Portland, Oregon is different than us. But even that 100,000, 200,000 less money for a house or for a cottage can make a single mom with a kid qualified for a loan, can make a student or an early employee qualified for a loan. I think that's important. I think increasing of supply of housing, make housing tiny bit more attainable is a good goal that we should think of. I also think we need to think about graceful aging in place. I think middle housing has that option. I think if an elder couple wants to create something, a small ADUs that is livable, they can move there and they can rent the rest of their house. I think that's a great thing. Again, the cost is important, so hopefully there are opportunities for them to create that ADUs. Overall, I think people like to live within walking distance of transit, local shops and parks, and reduce car dependency if possible. So I think this Luca achieved that goal. And overall, I think if we can use the same footprints and have more density, is overall more environmental friendly and sustainable, and also reduce commute times and infrastructure sprawl. So overall, I am looking forward to this meeting and our votes. Hopefully, we have a balanced approach for this, Luca, that achieve the both goals: the goals of having more housing and having more maybe attainable housing, and also don't kind of change the neighborhood the character of our neighborhood that we are very proud of. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sumudaria.
For someone who grew up in Bellevue for the past 30 years, I feel like our city has changed so much. I think that, there's a lot of more people here, more diversity, and a lot of, I think the uniqueness and the beautiness is the local neighborhoods. That's what attracted me to the city from the beginning when I was a little girl. So I think that, for us to create a city that's welcoming everyone, I would urge us to look inward together as everybody in this room and also neighborhood. I'm really grateful for the staff who has their professional experience that they learn from all over the nation and bring back to us, have these data and information to share with us and the process. And also our neighbors have really great actually living experience, everyday experience they live, because they are experiencing this every day. So any kind of change in our neighborhood, their input matters. And I want to add one more point. When I think a developer want to come to our city and adding more housing, middle housing, if he or she or they are neighbors, I believe that their intake and a professional idea could be something we can put into together to create a plan that's helping us move forward. The reason I say that, because I think that while we can protect our neighborhood, it's important for us to treasure the space for our essential workers, police, teachers, so our kids actually can live in the same area that teacher can help them to learn. I think the goal for us to move forward is, while this process is going to have limited amount of housing we can able to push out, like other properties, I do think the transparency in the process is very important to us to share with every resident. And I know I applaud to the staff trying so hard, because for 30 years, this is like so much more than what I ever experienced when I was younger. So thank you for doing that. And it's very easy to, it's more information than I ever seen when I was growing up. So thank you, I really appreciate that. And also the accessibility for the development progress for us to move. So I think that my goal is, I would love us to focus on, I think I'm leaning more toward having closer to the state requirement, but also encouraging still the developers having investment when this is their home as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to thank the community members for struggling through this very complex and emotional issue, especially with the complexity, and it's very challenging to understand all the implications and the benefits and perceived challenges that we are being asked to participate. So I think they are the people that really are sort of feeling whether the city and the council are listening to you or not. But after all these work, and especially I think the outreach, which some of us mentioned that it may not be adequate enough, in the sense that it's so complex, it's very difficult and challenging, to be able to communicate, and especially being emotional. So it's hard to understand to begin with, but when you add all these complexities, it's almost impossible to have a real understanding of the real issues, which is what I think we are trying to address. And so I want to thank the staff for putting this issue and working through it, even with these kind of challenges. And of course, Planning Commission, they have done extraordinary work by trying to sort through a direction that the city staff and city council has charged them to do. And they've done a lot of deliberation, and there's lots of I guess also trying to engage the public. But obviously, it's a challenging situation that's not easy to overcome. So I want to compliment them as well. And also I want to compliment the staff, for whatever they have to put up with, because they have to try to hear what the council wants to do and what the planning commission are interested in, and listen to what the public input is, then put them together in a rational way that we could understand. But finally, I think I want to also compliment of my fellow council members to wade through all this, because we may have our own ideas and philosophies, but at the same time we want to listen to the public, listen to the community, and convey our sense of value, and also try to understand what the issues, what the recommendation mean and affect the community, and how do the community and the staff and the city council may resolve and agree or disagree or understand the issues, in a way that we are on the same page. So it's very challenging, and I think we've listened to lots of questions that's raised. I believe that this is evidence that there's still a disconnect, but hopefully by having us engaging in this way, you coming up and talk to us, and you listen to all the conversation, and we listen to you, and you listen to what the council member to have to say. So, I hope that by going through this process, we may have discovered, some commonality, or maybe some real understanding of the issues at stake. We may not agree with all the philosophical questions or decisions or point of view, but at least we may understand why we're doing certain things the way we want to do, the policy we make, because we have to understand what our values are, what we want to accomplish in order to do whatever we want to accomplish, so that the impact will be understood, and the question of what future would lead to us, is clear.
Okay, we
So-
need to take some votes.
Yeah, I understand. So I want to make sure that we still, I want to share with you my value. And so my understanding of what this decision will make. And I agree with Councilmember Neuenhuis that, to begin with, I believe in our local government making decisions on behalf of our residents, because we're the closest to you, we share the same values, and we need to make sure that we have the final say in whatever it is. What the proposal they make may be of good intention, but because of the complexity, we need to be able to evaluate by going through the process we're going through now, and I think we have a better understanding. So whether, we agree on the value or not, but I think the process is not what we would like to have. We would like to make sure that the city makes the decision ultimately. But, it's water over the bridge. So I hope that in the future, we have more information to make sure that the state, other cities get to hear from us what we believe is the right thing to do, and making sure that we can communicate with the public. And we can let the public know what it is, and then we can actually have the analysis, decide what's good for us or not for us. So again, this planning commission did what they have to do, and then we now know what the state, the staff have made some good analysis. They have given us some options, and some of them may be more productive, maybe more beneficial to the city. Some of them may not be. So we have to see, what is or what is not, and how do we make the two, sort of compatible and for the best information we have. Ultimately, I want to also add that we always believe, even though we believe that we need to have our own say, we want to value our own property, we want to have our own, value our own people who live in the city of Bellevue. But at the same time, I think it makes sense that we need to provide more options to people. But the options has to be, however, to be compatible with the value that people of Bellevue holds, and also to provide the benefit for the people who live in Bellevue, and also provide the options, the opportunity for other people who will be able to enjoy the same values that we have enjoyed. That's the reason why we came to Bellevue, to live in the same place. So I agree with a lot with the deputy mayor that we do have to make sure that there's reasonable accommodation and also appropriate opportunity for people to come to live here. Not a 8,000 square foot for two person to live in, but making sure that it's possible to have other form of living. But it has to be compatible, however, with the community and with the neighborhoods as a whole.
We need to get going.
Yeah, so I'll be done now, okay? So as a result, I personally also believe that we need to have options. So let's go through the options each one at a time and convey that, and hopefully we can have the opportunity to explain to the public as well, if there's anything that's unclear. What are the options we're looking at? What options that meet whatever value that we think is important? And what isn't? Then we need to discuss it and to maybe make modifications or maybe not to accept it. I hope that we have that option. So I like to have that flexibility. I like to have a minimum way of getting to where we want to go, but we are not locked in to something we may have misunderstood or may not have understood.
Thank
So
you.
I'll stop.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We are going to go back to our slides, and we're going to take it vote by vote. And I'm going to call on who's going to make the motion. They can make the motion anywhere they wish to. And then we can, if you disagree with the motion, you can say what you would prefer or why you prefer it that way. And when we're done, if you agree, you can say that. You don't have to say anything if you agree, but you can if you want to. But then we'll take a vote, okay? So, okay, so what's the first one is, I think it's density near transit. Am I right? Yes. Okay. Are you stuck?
I'm stuck. Let's do that one. Doesn't let you do it there.
It's okay.
Okay. We'll go back. Okay.
Did you not
Yes.
make like a second set of slides for this portion?
This is the second set of slides.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's just
thank
make
you.
sure we're in the right. Yep. This is the second set.
Okay, so Councilmember Neuenhuis, I'm going to, staff, do you want to say anything? Do you want to give a brief description?
We can introduce the option A, option B
Sure.
each time if that's
Do you
helpful.
think that's a good idea? Sure. Okay.
We'll keep it brief. So option A is the baseline requirement. So that's the minimum required under House Bill 1110. This would move the radius to a tighter radius. So you'd be looking at that heavy or the dark blue area. So that's within 1/4 mile walking distance of a transit stop, major transit stop. The recommended LUCA, the Planning Commission recommendation, is to allow 6 units by right within a 1/2 mile rather than that 1/4 mile. So that's option B.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember Newhouse, would you like to make a motion?
Certainly, Mayor. I move to direct staff regarding density near transit stops to incorporate option A in the final ordinance to be brought back for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
The quarter-mile walking
Correct.
distance, okay. Anybody have any comments or questions on that? Okay, so I'm just gonna say, I want affordable housing. I want to encourage affordable housing in those very areas. And so to give somebody a half a mile by right without having to create affordable housing and building 6 units, I'm not reaching my goal of getting the affordable housing. So I support your motion as well.
Okay.
So I see Councilmember Hamilton's hand up, and then our deputy mayor.
Are you gonna, we need a second for the motion.
Oh, goodness.
I'll
Is there a
second it.
second? Thank you, sorry. Okay, Councilmember Hamilton.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment. So I think that the half-mile standard makes a lot of sense. I think that's about a 10-minute walk. I think that's something that most people do on a regular basis. And so adding that additional little bit of room, I think helps us a little bit to attain more of the housing that we're seeking here. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I 1 + 1 to the half a mile is a walkable distance for majority of people. Also, I think by half a mile, based on the number of middle housing production based on other cities, we don't get that much of middle housing if we don't increase the radius. And I think if we wanted to revisit this LUCA in a shorter amount of time, not in 10 years from now, we need to get enough production. And 60, 65 production per year doesn't let us to do some evaluation in a maybe 5 years span. Of 5 years times 60 is 300 units is not enough that we can see the impact. So for this, that's the second reason I think for now we can go more mileage from the transit center. And my third reason is, Mayor, kind of about affordability. Because you prefer, like, based on your comment, my understanding was you said, hey, if we do 4 and if people wants to do affordable, then they can add 2. Based on all of the conversation that we heard on the planning commission, the developer right now believe that there won't be any 6 units production if 33% of that is going to be at 80% AMI. That doesn't pencil out. So my concern is we are going to lose density near transit, near light rail, if we don't go to 6 stories. So for that reason, I agree with the planning commission that the 0.5 mile is a good one, and then we for sure can revisit that in when we have enough production. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hagerman.
Just want to add a couple things. So I am supportive of the Planning Commission recommendation to go to the half a mile for some of the reasons that the Deputy Mayor laid out, but also to just make sure that I'm underlining that this puts increased density near transit, and the chances of creating that transit-oriented nature or what we're trying to create around our light rail stations is important. But not only that, it also supports small businesses and the opportunity for them to be more successful, and economic development near transit, plus all the reasons that I'm not going to repeat the Deputy Mayor laid out, which I agree with. So those are the reasons that I would support the Planning Commission recommendation here, and I would advocate for that.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to take a vote? The motion is to option A, a quarter-mile walking distance. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's hard for me to know. Your voice is different. You said aye, right? Okay, because you have a cold, so you have a different voice. Okay. All right. So and then I think I can assume there were 3 against. Any opposed?
Yes.
Nay for me.
Hey,
Okay. All right, thank you. So the next item is the types of middle housing. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So the types of middle housing, so again, the baseline, what House Bill 1110 says is you must allow at least 6 out of these 9 types. As we mentioned before, really looking at the number of units is the duplex through the sixplex, and then the form of the structure is looking at stacked flats, townhouse, cottage, or courtyards. So the staff or the planning commission was recommending to allow all 9. We already see these types of design variations in the city. We were able to do some looking around to see where we have courtyard apartments already, where we have things that could be considered stacked flats. These are typologies that the city of Bellevue currently has. Another reason why the 9 middle housing types was the recommendation. So that's option B. And then option A would really put this in your hands tonight to discuss which 6 out of the 9 might you want to select for the LUCA, or which ones might you disallow as part of the LUCA.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bhargava, you were going to make the motion on this.
Yeah, I can make the motion. I move to direct staff regarding types of middle housing to incorporate option B in the final ordinance to be brought back to council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any comments or thoughts on that?
I have a question.
Yes.
Could you explain stacked flats?
Sure. Yeah, so stacked flats is really just units that are stacked vertically. So you would have living space, entire contained dwelling on one level, and then above that level, you would have another dwelling. So it's a configuration that allows for accommodating some of the diverse site conditions. Some of the smaller sites might want to leverage the height that's allowed. There's also some accessibility needs that could be gained from that, where people might want to live on one level entirely. So it's that type of housing arrangement that would be allowed.
So it's like an apartment. Are they limited by heights? How many stories?
Yes, they would be limited by height. So the current LUCA proposal is a 38-foot building height limit. And then there is a slide, though, for you all to look at whether that's the decision you want to direct.
HB 1110 will have a lower height, right?
HB 1110 does not direct a height limit for stacked flats or any of the housing types, the middle housing types. There's guidance, though, in the model ordinance, and so that provides some guidance to cities, and we'll get to that in a slide as well. But that was looking at more 35 feet or potentially up to 40 feet when there is a pitched roof.
Okay. So there'll be a separate discussion on that.
On the height,
that will
yes.
apply to stacked flat as well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the table is option B, 9 middle housing types. It has been seconded. Are we ready to vote?
Can I ask
Yes.
a question? Thank you. Again, this goes back to, I think I asked you previously, but just looking for some guidance here. So again, the height difference that Councilmember Lee mentioned, that's not going to affect, right? So you can, all options are still on the table, regardless of the height then, be it 38 or 35, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. And you don't have any other further guidance in terms of density impact to the neighborhood in terms of these 9 different options?
We don't have any further guidance in terms of density impact. What we've noted is the the number of units, so where you all just decided within a quarter-mile walking distance, a sixplex might be allowed, then the form of structures is what we would suggest are appropriate, because that could take multiple configurations and really address multiple kind of housing needs. But we don't have, what might be a good one to think about potentially eliminating. We think that because the form standards would apply evenly, with the exception of cottage housing, that helps get to some of the compatibility and scale for these housing types.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Mayor, just briefly on this, wanted to mention that in the agenda memo, it stated that having the 9 housing types would minimize confusion and avoid unintended restrictions. I think we heard some information to that effect, and that's certainly something that I agree with. And that more options available to property owners also ensure that we get the right housing type. That's the housing type that best fits the lot and the neighborhood, so that can be built. And so it means that we don't get the wrong one. So more options mean that middle housing fits better on any given site. And, I think too, focusing on intent and scale keeps all the options open. So again, we get the best type in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask the staff one more question?
Yes.
I appreciate when staff told me that some of the recommendation by Planning Commission recommending Luca may be actually better for the city. Could you point that out to me when we get to those options, choices? For example, like this one, is option B compared to option A? What do you think? How do you believe? Based on what you've heard from the public, based on the discussion we've had, if you don't mind to venture to share your opinion with me.
Sure. Well, as we noted, we did generally look at some of the housing stock in the city to understand whether these are housing types that exist in Bellevue, and we were able to find examples of these housing types throughout Bellevue. Even though we don't allow detached accessory dwelling units, we do allow guest cottages, so we even see that type of housing in the city. And so eliminating or disallowing some of these housing types, it could create some confusion around what constitutes, like we said, a courtyard apartment or a stacked flat. If you have 2 units that are on top of each other, by definition, you now have a stacked flat. And so we'd have to think about, I guess, what the impact is of disallowing that. So again, we feel at least providing the flexibility allows some of the design variation. It provides a little bit more possibilities to meet the different market needs. Again, some units might lend themselves to being more accessible than other units. And some units, like a townhouse structure, might work well for a young family just trying to get their foot in the market. So it's really hard to try and pick which one might not work best. Again, we want to point to the scale is where we want to control how it's compatible with the neighborhoods. And so trying to keep those more in line with maybe what our current single-family restrictions have would help address some of those potential concerns.
So the option B would give us more options, more flexibility.
It would.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take the vote. The motion on the table is option B, all 9 middle housing types. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's go to the next one, please.
Okay, so then for the next one, it's around building height. So the dimensional standards as it relates to the 38-foot height limit proposed in the Luca. So option A, this is one where the state has not provided a baseline requirement or a mandate. What they have done is produced a model ordinance. Cities like Bellevue, we don't anticipate adopting the model ordinance, but we like to use that as just a reference or a guide to understand what was the thinking in some of the height recommendations from the state. These are, however, option A would be something that would control if we did not take local action on an ordinance. Option B is the Planning Commission recommendation, which would allow 38 feet. This does not, it treats flat roofs and pitched roofs the same, so it would allow 38 feet regardless of that roof configuration. And then option C, after getting some feedback from you all and understanding and hearing some of those concerns around the 4 stories that the community was raising, the alternate option here would align the building heights more closely with single family. So the 32 feet is a little higher than what we allow currently for single family flat roofs. 30 feet is that limit, so it's a 2-foot height bonus when multiple units are proposed. And then 35 feet for the pitched roof is what option C includes. All of the options, we would still employ our method of measuring building height. So it would still be the same way we measure building height that we use for measuring single-family building height.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Suma Deweria, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. I move to direct staff regarding dimensional standards to incorporate option C in the final ordinance to be brought back to council for consideration action at a future meeting.
Second.
Any comments or questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it was hard to see the DC number, to be honest, when I see the 3 options. But I actually went to a couple of neighborhoods, walked around a little bit, and actually talked to neighbors. And then the consensus, I think, when a building that is middle housing that's really out of place is dramatically higher than other units, it's like affects the whole cohesiveness of our neighborhood. And also our neighbors, they invest a lot of time building their home. So I think that making a neighborhood look cohesive protects the value, and then also the look of, I think, the unity of the neighborhood.
Thank you. I see Deputy Mayor with his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff. When in all of these LUCA, I see the whole package. And when Planning Commission comes to the conclusion, to me, is the whole package. Going from option B that Planning Commission recommended to option C that the motion on the table is, beside just the 3 feet shorter, does going from option B to option C, does impact the whole package or whole 9 type of housing and everything else that is in LUCA? Is my question clear?
I think so, and others can jump in if I'm not getting it right. But the aim with the dimensions that we really wanted to bring to the forefront was feasibility and making sure that we can not only allow middle housing as required by the state, but ensure that we can have development feasibility on these infill lots. And we also did look at other jurisdictions around us and see how they are addressing building height. And we also were listening to community and council at the May meeting when you all were specifically calling out this dimensional aspect where you were hoping to look at a potential alternative. So that's really how alternate C or option C was formulated. But we do feel that that still provides the feasibility support that was present with option B as well.
But there is no clear disadvantage of 35 feet pitch roof, 32 feet flat roof for the whole goal of middle housing and all of the whole package of this look.
We don't believe so. I think we've seen some public comment on this option C, some concerns around maybe this would prevent some tuck-in parking, I think is what one person had expressed some concern around with the height being lowered by 3 feet. But we have seen other cities implement these types of height limits, so that's at least a good thing to reference for us to give some confidence.
Thank you so much, Nick.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Just one clarifying question.
Yes.
So could you elaborate this a little bit more on the limitations? Because you talked about tuck-in parking, and are there any other housing typology restrictions we should be thinking about with 35 versus 38 that come to mind based on the research you've done?
Nothing specifically that comes to mind. We know stacked flats because it's trying to maximize the vertical dimension to be able to get units in. That's probably one that might feel a little more of that impact, especially if they're accommodating parking. But otherwise, nothing comes to mind.
I suppose only one other thing that comes to mind potentially is just limitations on increases to interior ceiling heights. That would be available with that extra 3 feet for design alternatives.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, are we ready to vote? So the motion on the table is option C with a 32-foot flat roof and a 35-foot pitch roof. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. Thank you. All right, next one is, I believe, cottage housing.
Okay, so cottage housing, as we mentioned in the presentation earlier, we did hear some concerns from council, from some council members about whether the cottage scale that's proposed in the LUCA reflects the original intent. So as a reminder, the LUCA allows for 38 feet for building height. Now that would be revised to 32 feet or 35 feet. And then the max size would be 1,750 square feet plus 300 square feet of garage exemption. The state does not provide requirements around cottage housing other than open space, which we're aligned with. They do require 20% open space. But they do not specify any dimensions around building height or square footage. The model ordinance provides some guidance on building height. They don't differentiate cottages in terms of height from any other middle housing type. And the reference point to cottages should be larger than 1,000 square feet is based on the state requiring that DADUs, detached accessory dwelling units, and ADUs cannot be less than 1,000 square feet. So the state logic there seems to be that they should be larger than a DADU or an ADU, but other than that, there's no further direction provided by the state on that front. The Planning Commission recommendation, as we mentioned earlier, aligns the size more closely with Kirkland, so that would provide 38-foot building heights. That's not the area, that we're aligned with Kirkland. The square footage, the 1,750, is where that's more in line with Kirkland with a garage exemption. The alternative, which is option C, would limit the building height to 24 feet. So this would ensure 2-story cottages as a maximum. And then it would also reduce the size to 1,500 square feet, but still include a 300 square foot garage exemption. So this would provide a larger cottage than a DADU. Our DADU proposal is 1,200 square feet, and it wouldn't be as large as the 1,750 that the LUCA currently provides. So it's kind of in the middle of those two.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nieuwenhuis, would you like to make the motion?
Certainly, Mayor. I move to direct staff regarding cottage housing to incorporate option C in the final ordinance to be brought back for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any comments or questions? I see Deputy Mayor has his hand up.
I just have one clarification question. So option B right now should be 35 feet. Am I right?
Yes, or 32 feet if it's a flat roof.
So if someone wants to vote for option B, they should know that it's not 38 feet anymore because we just changed that in the previous slide. It should be 35 or 32.
Yes.
Yes, based on that last vote, since you all changed the height limit from 38 to 35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. I'm going to make a comment here. I really want to see option C in our neighborhoods. I really want to have that opportunity to have that size of housing in the neighborhoods. I think it's lacking. I think I've seen it in very well done in other neighborhoods. And to be honest, in the cities that allow larger cottages, I have seen cottages that are bigger than the home, the original home. And it just, it's not in keeping, I guess, with the character, in my opinion. So I would very much welcome option C, and I hope that people I don't know, people know this, but I used to work with older adults and help them age in their last 10 years. And a lot of people want to downsize, and there's just no place to do it inside their neighborhood, and they don't want to lose their community. And I feel like this would create that opportunity for somebody to downsize and stay in their community and still have their neighbors and friends, as well as allow, it will be more affordable because it's smaller, and so it's priced per square foot, so it will be less expensive than a larger unit. So I welcome that, so I just want to explain that, why. Any other?
Councilmember Hamilton has his hand.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
For this one, what we lose with the 250 square feet is we lose another bedroom, and I think that that is really unfortunate. So I think instead of the option of a 3-bedroom, we're pretty much restricted to a 2-bedroom. I do think that the Planning Commission got this one right. I think some property owners are going to have lots that are perfect for a 1,750 square foot cottage, and taking this 250 feet out is a mistake. I think we ought to leave it in and go with the Planning Commission recommendation. Thank you.
Nick, can you clarify if I've seen 3-bedroom units that are smaller than 1,500 square feet, so does that necessarily mean that you wouldn't be able to have a 3-bedroom?
I mean, I live in a 1,200 square foot 3-bedroom, but the market in Bellevue is a little different. So people might want a larger unit to have. We've heard from the development community, the east side market would really prefer a 1,750 to be able to get more spacious or comfortable kind of 3-bedroom.
So to clarify, I love the 1,750 size as well. That doesn't mean we can't get that. It just means there won't be a cottage amassed 1750s. We could still put a 1750 or 2 or maybe even 3 on a lot if it fit. It just means that we wouldn't mass that size. Am I right?
Yes, if the vote is to go with option C, if you have a structure that's 1,501 square feet, it is by definition not a cottage. So it could still be allowed as another middle housing type, but it would not be sorted as a cottage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The conversation raised another question. Nick, so if we go with option B, and I have a lot that I can still build 1,500 square feet if I want, and maybe that gives me more cottages. Am I right? Because that square foot can be divided easier by 1,500 and can give me more 1,500 square foot cottages rather than 1,750 square foot cottages. That is the allowable. Is that correct?
Yes, you'd have more FAR to work with, right? Since you're lowering the square footage.
Yeah. So if I have a big lot and I wanted to develop 1,750 square foot, I can. But sometimes it's better to make it 1,500 square foot because I can have more cottages, because it's not 4 units per lot, is how many cottages you can fit in my whole lot. Is that correct summary?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, are we, yes.
Option B, we're talking about the size of the units. How about the height? Can the height goes to the option B height of 35 feet go to 24 feet? What determines the height?
So the
I think he's asking if we could create our own, yes.
An option D.
Yes.
Yeah, what determines the height?
If that's the, if.
We can determine the height.
I know, but why, okay. Why, so we can lower to 24?
Yeah,
You
it
could keep
counts.
1,750 square feet with
Yeah.
a 24-foot height, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay, so how do we determine the height? It was 38 before, it's low to 35. Now you could go to 24.
Right.
What difference does it make? I mean, what?
So the concern that option C is trying to address is feedback that 3-story cottages weren't totally in line with how people were envisioning cottages. So the 24 would ensure that that is a maximum of 2-story.
Right. So if we think that bigger size would be better because it provides additional room or maybe bigger room, I would support that and reduce the height to 24.
Okay.
That's what I would.
So on the table,
yeah.
I think on the table, we have option C, which is the height of 24 feet and the size of 1,500 square feet. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Where are you?
What is the
Did
question
you?
I've raised?
So we have 3 noes
What
and
the question I raised? Oh, I was asking, can we do the 1750 and then the option C can be proposed and then change the size to 1750? That's it.
Right, I didn't think you actually wanted to go through with that. I didn't understand that. So,
I'm just saying.
you can make a motion if you'd like to change that, I guess. I
Yeah,
don't know
I would.
procedurally, we just took a vote, so,
Yeah.
but I didn't understand he wanted to amend the motion.
I didn't hear all the votes.
Okay, so we had 4 in favor and 3 opposed of option C. But Councilmember Lee is asking if he can have an opportunity to try to modify the motion. So can we take a step back, or is it too late?
I voted yes. Now I would like to make a amended motion.
Well, hold
that
on, we just have
possible?
to see procedurally. Is this one of these things where the Councilmember Suma Deweria has to make a motion to change it? Yeah.
Mayor, while we're waiting, should I
Yes,
make
please.
a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes?
Oh,
think
no.
more?
Yeah, I think quite a bit more.
15?
No, I say 30. Well, we have more than just the next 2 to go, as you know.
Okay.
But we don't have to go that long.
That's true, okay. I move to extend the meeting by 30 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's 10:25 officially. All right, so what do you think?
So the votes that you guys are taking this evening are not final action.
That's true.
So that could be an option if you guys are interested in discussing that further for final action when it comes back to council.
Yeah, you can, so when it comes back for a final vote, at that time, you can make a motion to modify this.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so the next one is density near centers. Go ahead, staff.
Yes. So this one is not a requirement of the House Bill 1110. So this is something where the Planning Commission was recommending going beyond the baseline requirement. So the baseline requirement would only allow 6 units in these locations when 2 are affordable. And so that's option A. And then option B is to allow 6 units by right when they are within 1/4 walking mile distance, or 1/4 mile walking distance of a regional or candidate countywide growth centers. And our regional growth center is downtown, and then the other centers are our county candidate countywide centers. A lot of work went into thinking about where we might explore opportunities to allow more units by right. Some of the policy basis for this is really rooted in the comprehensive plan that's looking to these mixed-use areas and trying to support the vitality of these areas and some of the businesses that are located within these areas by providing more people closer to these jobs, services, and areas that are well-served now by transit and have good infrastructure to support that type of increased density. So the decision really is whether 4 should be in that blue bubble with 2 and 6 only when 2 are affordable, or if 6 by right should be within that radius of the centers.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hamilton, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to direct staff regarding density near centers to incorporate option B in the final ordinance to be brought back for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Just give me 1 second here because I wrote this differently. Okay. All right. Any comments or questions? Oops, we lost Councilmember Sumaduria. Okay, that's no problem. Okay, so Deputy Mayor, or, sorry, Councilmember Hamilton, since you made the motion, do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, I'll be brief, Mayor, but yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly where we want to encourage some additional density, and we're looking at the quarter-mile walking distance, which is about a 5-minute walk. So this is, I think, just exactly what we're after here, and I think the Planning Commission got this one right.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
+1, and I think that kind of bring back the whole support of our businesses, 5 minutes walk to all of our businesses and supporting them and help reduce traffic by walking. So I think that's the place that we want our density to be. So I am aligned with option B, Planning Commission recommendation.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sumaduria.
Yeah, I feel like this one, because we only have 3 regional centers. That's the downtown, the Crossroad, and Victoria. So it wouldn't be affecting our neighborhoods as much while still have the density added and then helping the small businesses. So I'm picking B as well.
Councilmember Newhouse.
Agreed. Density should go in those areas specifically that we have put in place in terms of where the density should go near the centers, near the growth areas. So I'm in favor of this as well.
Okay, I'm going to speak and then I'll let you have your turn and then you too. So this is something we addressed some time ago. I don't remember what the topic was, but this was brought up as an option. And as a council, we actually voted it down at that time. And I was opposed to this, and I still am opposed to this because it does affect our neighborhoods. And it affects some of our neighborhoods that already have quite a bit of missing middle, and they've done a really good job with it. And I think that this is just denying the ability to get the affordable housing in the very places where we say we want it. So you can still do 6 units. It doesn't deny people the ability to do 6 units. It just means you have to put 2 that are affordable. And so I am going to vote against option B.
Mayor, thank you for that clarification. I had a slightly different read of that, so thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lee, and then you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad to hear that clarification. And also, how are the centers defined? Are they defined just the 3 of the 3? And are there going to be others that could be designated? That's my question.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So we have one regional growth center, and that is our downtown. The parameters for how to qualify as a regional growth center are set by the regional planning body, Puget Sound Regional Council. And there's a number of different qualifying criteria that jurisdictions have to meet in order to qualify as a regional growth center. It ultimately qualifies you for a number of different opportunities in order to help growth in those areas. And then the remaining centers are what are called candidate countywide growth centers. This was a concept developed by King County. Snohomish County does them as well. This is a new thing. They really wanted to take what the regional planning body does and apply it at the county level. So these are typically smaller in terms of their intensity than the regional growth centers, as the name might imply. And they also have certain thresholds that they have to meet in terms of housing density, job density, and a number of other qualifiers like access to transit. Those thresholds are set by the county, so in this case it's King County. And then beginning in the next, I think, year or two is when the actual application process to confirm them will occur. But in terms of getting to candidacy status, that's already a lot of work that's been put in by planning staff working with King County to identify these candidate areas based on those thresholds.
Okay, so these are being set by other jurisdictions, and they could change, and there
It's
could be
not
more.
like, they're also in the adopted comprehensive plan and the
Right.
land use element, so they were
Right.
established within us through that comprehensive planning process.
But it's set with different criteria. It doesn't have any specific implication to the housing we're talking about. So it's not quite related. So because of that, I think really, to me, it doesn't have the relevance. And I think that the mayor made a good point, that we have our own goal for these regional centers that has certain criteria, that have met certain criteria, that would include housing as well, which we could apply, instead of based on this particular middle housing requirement. Maybe, they are regional centers, we could have different criteria, different requirements. So I would sort of align with what she's saying, to leave this open. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Baharova.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is that these are the regional and county-wide centers. We have the maximum amount of retail, the right mix of uses. If you want to put higher density, these are the places where it should go, could allow us, and this is a quarter-mile distance, so a 5-minute walk distance from these mix of uses. So we want to create, you talked about some of the guiding principles of creating walkability, creating the right mix of uses, supporting local businesses, economic development. This is, I think, where the density should go. I realize that there is a 4+2 opportunity of 2 affordable, but if you want to create that process which simplifies that process to get the density in the right place, I would encourage folks to support this quarter-mile distance.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table of option B, which is to allow by right 6 units within a quarter-mile walking distance of regional and candidate countywide growth centers. Are we ready to take a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, so it passes 5-2. All right, the next one is the fee in lieu.
Yes. So the fee in lieu option is not something that is provided by House Bill 1110. The state has set up an incentive for cities, which is 4 units by right allowed citywide. And how we're getting our affordable housing is the state incentive, which is 2 units affordable. Excuse me. So you can get 6 units when 2 are affordable. So the state incentive is a 33% set aside. So you get 6 units when you have 2 of those units as affordable. And based on our analysis, based on our experience with inclusionary zoning programs, having a 33% set aside for units is not a typical threshold that would apply. You all have been looking at Wilburton, of course, that's denser development, but the 10% was kind of the decision there, a 10% set aside. That's potentially more supportable for an on-site performance program. The commission did look at ways to incentivize on-site performance, providing more density, and then requiring 2 units when you get to a denser project. But then they ran into some concerns around whether that's really compatible, getting to these denser projects that would really incent that on-site performance. So that's how they tumbled to maybe we look at a fee in lieu option, so we still meet some affordability goals, recognizing that it might be challenging for developers to put 2 units as affordable with a 6-unit development. So the commission looked at 3 options. That's option A, B, and C. These were the high, medium, low options. And what these are based off of, as Kirsten mentioned earlier, some analysis that was provided by Arch. They had hired a consultant, did some outreach to try and understand what the market is for middle housing, understand what some of the expected residual or expected profits are and what the residual profits are, And so this represents a portion of that residual profit, the $150,000 per unit. This also reflects an appropriate amount that the city can use to leverage and build housing elsewhere in the city in a denser project. The option B is more of the medium option. So it drops the fee down to $100,000. That still provides some revenue for the city to spend towards affordable housing and would potentially provide more uptake into that fee option because it might be getting to a price point that's a little more manageable for middle housing developers. And then option C is the low option. So that's the $75,000 per unit. So basically they would buy out of the affordability requirement, pay, if they wanted 2 additional units, they would pay the city $150,000 total to get 2 more market rate units so they could have a 6-unit development project. This option we believe would maximize developer participation. The fee is more attractive and we could potentially pool more revenue over kind of more projects, but maybe getting it on a per project basis isn't moving the needle as much as we might prefer. And then option D is really the baseline. So since the state doesn't discuss a fee in lieu and they're providing affordable housing incentive through that on-site performance, this would be reverting back to the baseline, so eliminating that fee in lieu option.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you. I move to direct staff regarding fee in lieu to incorporate option A in the final ordinance to be brought back for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to that motion?
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, as Nick mentioned, this recommendation has been through many stakeholders, developers, ARCH, and other stakeholders. Developers have indicated they won't build 6-unit project if required to make 2 units 33% affordable. As Nick mentioned, 10% affordable units, we don't get, that is a huge effort to make that a reality. So 33% of the units be affordable at 80% is very hard in the current environment of Bellevue and construction costs. So instead, they will likely build just 4 units. So we lose. So I, like Mayor, I love to have 2 affordable units, total 6 units, and that's great, but that's not a reality that we are facing. So by allowing a fee in lieu option, where developers pay $150,000 for each required affordable unit, they can build all 6 units at market rate. We achieve our density goal near transit, near the regional centers, businesses, while generating $300,000 that the city can use toward affordable housing construction. For that reason, my motion was that following Planning Commission recommendation, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neuenhuis.
No comment.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, I thought you were poised. Okay. I'm gonna be the opposite person in the room and say that I'm gonna vote against option A. I would prefer option D. I don't want people to be able not to build affordable housing. I want to see affordable housing, and I think that that high fee of $150,000 a unit is just going to get passed on to the cost of the unit that is being built. And so that's going to make those even more expensive. And so not only do I not get affordable housing, I have a more expensive unit that I would have otherwise. So I'm for option D, actually.
Go ahead. Go.
Who wants to go?
Okay, I'll go, thank you.
Okay.
Hands up.
Okay. And so do you. Everybody's got.
There
some
was,
stage.
as I thought I heard, and the deputy mayor asked a question, there was quite a bit of outreach to developers about this fee in lieu number, although we heard this evening as well during oral communications that it might be somewhat prohibitive So how many developers did you speak to? How much feedback did you get? Because I agree with the mayor that we don't want this to be a huge hurdle to overcome. But if you're saying that during this process, overwhelmingly developers are okay with it, then okay. But can you give me a little bit more sense of that?
I would not say that there was overwhelming support from the development community on this fee at this rate. In part, it does represent a pretty big portion of their profit margin that we're asking them to provide to the city for affordable housing. So the incentive isn't strong for most lots. Where we heard feedback from developers is that this might work well for the right lot in the right location, where they can command a higher sale price, where they can maybe get larger units. But this would not be an option that's likely going to be taken up in very many locations in the city, just because it does represent a pretty big portion of what they expect as a return.
Councilmember Sumaduria.
I'm actually with the mayor on this one too, because I just felt like, because they have to pay for the infrastructure improvement if they decide to invest in the neighborhood already. So having that, pay that extra fee, it does hold them back for the ability to build something that's aligned with the neighborhood standards too, because I'm pretty sure that if they're building something, our neighborhoods have to be approved at how they look, and then make sure that, it's cohesive with the property too.
Councilmember Lee.
I'd like to make a substitute motion for option D, because I think the idea of having affordable housing is to keep the costs low. And so, $150,000, that's additional costs. And the developers recoup that from somewhere. We're talking about, as the staff saying, it's the profit they're looking at. It's the profit margin. So, getting this money up front, they have to raise the price of the house. So I believe that we need to give them incentives and reason for building it as low as possible.
So
Then
let's
doesn't
do me a
help any.
favor.
Yeah.
Let's make the
So
substitute.
I'm making the motion.
Hold
D.
on. Can you stop for just a minute? Let's wait on that until everybody's had a chance to speak,
Well,
and then we'll
it's
do a
part- it's
substitute
part-
motion.
Yeah, it's part of the conversation.
Well, I want to respect the other council members who haven't spoken yet, and then give you the opportunity
Okay.
to make that motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Bahargava.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate a couple things here that have sort of been said, but I want to reiterate. We're talking about increasing the supply of housing. The chances of building 6 units versus 4 units, where 2 will be required to be affordable to get to 6, will require trade-offs for those developers as well. The question is, will we ever get those 6 units if we don't create the opportunities to actually provide an alternative? So what we might end up doing is creating a false ceiling of 4. And then that limits the supply of housing in an artificial way. By creating a fee in lieu, whether you decide it's 150 or some other number, creates the opportunity for us to start collecting funds to invest in affordable housing that is not performance-based in another location, which also provides the opportunity, depending on the partnerships you establish, to go deeper into the AMI buckets, to create deeper affordability. But it also creates the chance that there will be more housing production overall. So those are the reasons, and I was part of that analysis, and I was part of that thinking, and so, it continues to be reinforced in the way I think about this.
Thank you. So Councilmember Hamilton, I don't believe you've spoken on this yet, have you?
I have not. Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think I agree with everybody here. But I think it ultimately comes down to the fact that we are not going to get the housing. So the consolation prize in all this, unfortunately, I would, like you, Mayor, and others have said, I'd much rather have the affordable housing. But I think we either get 150,000 per unit or we get nothing. And that's the consolation prize. And it's not ideal, but I think something is better than nothing. And so option A is what I support as well. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Lee, and I see your hand up, Deputy Mayor, but I'm going to let Councilmember Lee go with his substitute motion.
I just said it. I would like to offer option D for the reason I articulated. And
Okay.
if I get a second, we can then talk more.
Okay. Does anybody want to second that alternate substitute motion?
Oh, just no fee.
That would be option D. So you're seconding,
second that.
you're seconding that. Okay. So we have to vote now on whether we want to make that the motion that we're going to next vote on. So all those in favor of supporting Conrad's substitute motion, which is option D, say aye.
Aye.
I'm conflicted. I'm so conflicted. Sorry. I can't vote. I can't do it. Okay, so how many voted for this? You did. Did you, Claire? Did you vote for the alternate motion?
Say no fee?
To be D? I think you did.
Yeah, I voted for no.
2
no fee.
for,
Yeah.
1 abstention, and the rest is nay. So that got turned down. So we still have the original motion, which is option A. And so Deputy Mayor, I'm going to let you speak.
I just wanted to understand Councilman Newhouse question and the response of Nick. Nick, I think Councilman Newhouse question, the way I understand was, does developer community support fee and lieu? I think that's the first part of the question. And then I think the second part is then by what number? And of course, developer wants the lower number. But does the first statement is correct that the developer community that you talked, they like the fee and lieu option regardless of the price because they believe that the 6 units, that 33% of them is affordable at 80% AMI is not feasible for construction.
Yes, that's correct.
But sorry, can you clarify? I thought it's written here, but fewer developers are likely to opt in at this rate.
Yes, but they do prefer a fee in lieu over on-site performance. They frankly probably prefer 6 by right everywhere. But the fee in lieu helps us at least meet some of that affordability goals, recognizing the on-site performance is not feasible and not something we would ever, there's no incentive. If developers are already allowed to build 4 units, they have no incentive to build 2 more units if they have to set both of those units at 80% AMI.
Right. So is
And if
anybody?
Mayor,
Yeah.
can I just finish my thought for a second?
Yeah.
Just maybe 10 more seconds. And I think that's the balance that Planning Commission spent maybe in total meetings 1 hour on. That, okay, developers are telling us that if you set 33% of their units affordable, they never built it. So it's going to be 4 units. And of course they want 60,000 per unit, 3,000 per unit, or 100,000 per unit is better than 75,000 per unit. But I think the conclusion at 150,000 was exactly what all of us concerns are. That should be good amount of money that if they wanted to build 6 units, the 150 is that balance number that they can opt in for 6 units, they can pay 300,000, and that 300,000 is a good amount that goes and allocated for affordable housing. So just the context, the Planning Commission with the stakeholders, with the staff, discussed this in length, and that balance number was $150,000, not 75, not 100, although of course developer preferred fee and lieu, but by lower number. Thank you, Mayor.
So I wasn't in on those conversations, but what I'm reading from staff, and maybe I'm wrong, and what I'm seeing on the slide is kind of the option A and option D are similar in that you're not going to get your affordable units, you're not going to get your performance. But it looks like option B, you say it balances revenue generation with participation, so you're more likely to result in both units and funds.
If it could, oh, go ahead.
is, of course, developers, if you ask them and give them the option between 150 and 100, they would say, yes, 100 is better and we can product. But I think based on the Arch conversation and some of the other consulting, then all of the stuff that we did in Wilburton, I think overall that 150,000 was the planning recommendation. That yes, maybe developer doesn't like it that much, but still we believe planning commission believe that is going to produce 6 units and also $300,000 for affordable housing purposes.
Well, can I ask staff to verify that?
Yeah, just a couple of points. So, not to muddy the waters too much, but the initial staff recommendation was 100,000. That was what was presented to Planning Commission, and so they were toggling between the low and the high. The options we provided are viable options. 150 is supportable, but it really is with the right site, the right kind of size project, that's going to be attractive. And the fees also they will adjust annually by inflation, so that's another factor. And they're also something that we can test, we can see what the uptake is with that. That's a relatively straightforward amendment to
Another
kind of
thing
modify those fees.
we could check back on in a couple of years. Okay, Councilmember Baharga.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of, your intuition feels right to me as well, that option D and option A may result in very little performance-based housing. The benefit with option A is because it is feasible, not in every site, which I think is a fair call out, but for some sites who do decide to take that option to build the extra or pay a performance fee in lieu in this case, we then at least maximize the opportunity to build affordable housing elsewhere. Otherwise, with option D, you lose that opportunity and yet don't get the housing. So that's something to consider for us.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Lee.
I got a question for Deputy Mayor Mo. Thank you for explaining that. Thanks. My question is, to get more housing, that's our ultimate goal, right? Of all what we're talking about, is to reduce the cost of building. And if we add on 150,000, that's increasing the cost. So who's gonna, right? That seems to be a oxymoron to me. How do we explain that? Especially if option A, option D is similar. Option D is very obvious. You know, if we don't charge them 150,000, hopefully their building will cost $150,000 less. Unless they're greedy developers, they want to take that all the profit they make. But I hope that's not the case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, now just hold on for 1 second. I do not want to be doing triangles, so we'll just call on people. Is there a motion to extend the
I move to
meeting?
extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Second.
Okay, I'm telling you. All right, that'd be 10:40. Okay, well,
It's from 10:30 on, right?
no, because it was 10:25.
Well, it should have been 10:30.
I know it.
I've seconded the motion. Please go.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Aye.
So I think we're listening to Mo at this point.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Lee asked a question that this 150,000 is what is exactly it. I think if you recall Wilburton topic, it is the option that if a developer doesn't want to create affordable housing, they can pay us a money that kind of we can as a city spend on affordable housing, and the developer can just have market rate.
Yes.
I don't believe in Wilburton Luca or any fee and lieu that we have across the whole city or other region, the cost that the developer to have a market rate instead of affordable housing at 80% AMI, that cost that they pay, they are going to put in their sale price of that 6 market rate. That doesn't make sense because we believe in market. If they hijack their price by that amount that they are paying for fee and lieu, there is another developer who just built 4 units and the cost is much lower and they are going to sell. So if we believe in, yes, there are some developers that can do that. They are bad apples in any industry. But if we believe in market, if we believe in supply and demand, that doesn't make sense that anyone who pays fee and lieu for having a market rate jack up their costs, jack up and insert it in their housing price and then sell it to people. And people say, yes, great, I'm going to buy it from you. I think market and demand and supply is something that I believe in. And I think that's going to do that equilibrium and balance.
Okay, Councilmember Baharova.
Actually, not a lot more to add because it's very similar to what Deputy Mayor was saying. The only thing I would say slightly different is that the consideration of the 150, while not directly transferable to the sale price of a market rate unit, in today's current conditions, may be absorbable within the market limit. So something to consider as you think about that.
Can I respond to Deputy Mayor?
Okay.
A quick one. I think you are absolutely correct that the developer can do whatever they want with $150,000. But if they want to develop the market rate housing, I don't think they would need to reduce their price by subsidizing the market rate unit by $150,000. Most likely, they already determined that the market can bear whatever they do without the $150,000 rebate.
Okay.
It's all, of course, speculation on our part, but I hope that the developer can give us some better insight. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Can I add one quick comment?
You bet.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, I don't agree with Deputy Mayor because when developing a site, the developer, if the market rate is not asking that price, so they wouldn't be adding that price, 150,000 to the price. They would just eat that cost into the cost. So it's not adding to the price. So that's my comment. So I think that just adding a barrier.
I thought that was kind of what he said, actually.
I missed it. I thought he said that, you know, if we adding 150,000 to the price and then the market supply demand, then nobody will buy that property anyway. That's how I understood it.
Okay. All right, are we ready to vote? So we have a motion on the table to maintain the Luca recommendation of $150,000 a unit, appropriate fee level to buy down the unit.
Did I, or was it appropriate for me to make a substitute motion at this time? Did I do that already?
You already did that and you got voted down.
Vote.
Sorry. Okay, so the motion, you could try it again, is option A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, so we have, it passes 4-3. Okay. All right. Whoa.
Parking open? Or is it gonna automatically close the garage?
I'm going to take a brief recess here so that we can discuss this.
I'm assuming so, I don't know.
I can stand up there.
unless we have to extend. I know we're going to have to extend. So we're back in session. Can you just extend the meeting, and we can end early?
Okay, I move to extend the meeting by 30
Just say
minutes.
till what
Till
time?
11 PM.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so now, I'm going to give us an opportunity. Oh, no, we're on parking. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So the state does provide restrictions around parking and what we can require. And so the House Bill 1110 requirement is based on lot size. And as we noted earlier, there's not a strong correlation between parking demand and lot size, which is kind of what the option B reflects. So option A, which is the baseline requirement, would say one space for lots that are less than 6,000 square feet in size. That's one space per unit. And then 2 spaces per unit if a lot is greater than 6,000 square feet in size. And near major transit, no parking is required within a half-mile walking distance of those areas. And then option B would simplify it and just require one space per unit regardless of the lot size. And no parking required within a half mile. So that does match the minimum requirement by the state.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
Certainly, Mayor.
Okay.
I would move to direct staff regarding parking to incorporate option A, that's the House Bill 1110 requirement, and the final ordinance to be brought back for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Second.
Okay, would you like to speak to it?
Certainly, it goes back to my comment I made a little earlier where just concerned about overall safety in the community in those neighborhoods with more density, with more cars parking on the street, forcing families, kids walking to school, cyclists, et cetera, to be in the middle of the roadway there. I think there's a chance of a higher propensity for folks to get injured, regardless if they're walking, cycling, et cetera. So I think having an additional space, a second space, but only if it's greater than 6,000 square feet, is prudent and will result in hopefully a safer neighborhood and community in which to walk and cycle.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question for staff. Do we know, maybe it's a hard question, how many lots in Bellevue are less than 6,000 and how many lots are more than 6,000 approximately?
We know there are few lots that are less than 6,000. Our current minimum lot size for one of our denser residential districts is 7,200 square feet.
Okay, then the second question is, one space per unit, fourplexes, I need to, in option B, regardless of my lot size, I need to have 4 parkings. Am I right?
Yes.
And if my lot lets me to have 10 cottages, 1,000, I don't know what we voted, I forgot, but 1,500, then we can have, I need to have 10 parkings per unit. Am I right?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions? I'm going to vote against this. I'm for option B. I can't remember. I'm so tired. I don't even remember why. I'm sorry. Let me see. I think I wrote down. I think that, a developer can put more parking in if they want to. This is just the minimum, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that the developer will put more if they feel they need it. I see Councilmember Hamilton with his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the point you just made. I agree with that. And to me, it makes the most sense to tie the parking to the actual number of units and not to the size of the lot. So I'm also supportive of the Planning Commission recommendation, option B. Thank you.
One quick comment.
Yes.
For the same rationale, I am also supportive of option B, but I do want to also remind peers in the council that there is also recent state legislation that is going to come down that'll help sort of advise on those guidelines coming shortly. So just, this is something that, maybe need to be updated once those are in place.
Well, that's a good point. Staff, do you have any thoughts about that? If we should just hold off even addressing this until the state comes up with their guidelines?
Well, the confusing thing about the state is that they provided a requirement under House Bill 1110 that we do need to implement.
Oh, I see.
And that's not aligned with our current code.
Okay.
But what Councilmember Rishal is referring to, or Barkava is referring to, is this past session, the legislature also passed a parking bill that we are going to have to look at that has a different implementation timeline that could also just change this decision in another year. So we'll have another parking conversation with you all soon.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor to option A, 1 space a unit for lots less than 6,000 square feet and 2 spaces a unit for lots larger than 6,000 square feet. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
On those opposed, nay.
No.
Nay.
1, 2, 3. Okay, so it does not pass. It fails 4-3. 3-4. 3 voted for it and 4 voted against. Deputy Mayor, Councilmember Hamilton, me, and Councilmember Hargava voted no. Okay. All right, what's the next one?
We had one more that we heard there might be some interest in talking about. And so, I don't think so. So this one relates to how the Land Use Code Amendment treats ADUs, accessory dwelling units. So this is one where House Bill 1110, well, first let's start. House Bill 1337 is telling cities we have to allow 2 ADUs on every lot. House Bill 1110 says you may count those units towards the 4 units required per lot, or the 6 where those are allowed by right, or you don't need to count those towards the unit density. The state, that's what the state law says. And then the state guidance, which was produced by Commerce through the model ordinance, has guidance not to count ADUs towards the unit density. The Planning Commission looked at this and ultimately decided or recommended to you all that detached accessory dwelling units should count towards the unit density. So that would count towards one of the 4 units that's allowed by right, or 6 by right if that's the location. But attached ADUs should not count toward unit density. And as Kirsten mentioned earlier, the city of Bellevue has allowed for attached accessory dwelling units since 1993, and we have not counted those towards unit density. Those are not considered a dwelling and for purposes of counting unit density. A lot of the reasons for that is that they are internal to the building, and we've had experience with them in operation and have not really disrupted, I guess, some of the appearance of these neighborhoods. So that's some of the rationale behind option B.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion? Does anybody have a passion on this?
I can make a motion, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes.
I move to direct staff regarding the treatment of ADUs to incorporate option B in the final ordinance to be brought back for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Take a vote?
Quick question.
Yes.
Can you just, once again, lay out just the pros and cons of, because there's no difference, right? So the ADUs, or the attached ADUs don't count toward the unit density, but the detached ADUs do. So what are the pros and cons to that?
So some of the considerations that the Planning Commission looked at was the DADUs, detached ones, are more visibly adding density to a site.
Right.
And could appear like other units.
Okay.
And then the attached, of course, are internal. If we were to count both attached and detached accessory dwelling units, then you're really limiting your middle housing options to just 2 units, 2 middle housing types. DADUs aren't on the list of 9, they're kind of separate. So then that would result in less flexibility on some of these sites, and it would potentially even remove the incentive for ADUs if people were given choices on which middle housing type they might want to develop. ADUs are more attractive to people that are, they own their home and they'd like to add on an ADU. But if someone's looking to redevelop a site, they would probably want to maximize the square footage. All the ADUs, they cap the sizes. So we're at 1,200 square feet for an ADU, 24 feet for building height, 28 feet if it's over a garage. Right. So it's got a lot tighter restrictions on it to keep them small. So concern of counting both is it really does remove the incentive to develop ADUs.
Okay.
Okay, can we take a vote? Option B is on the table, that detached ADUs count toward unit density, but attached ADUs do not count toward unit density. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes. I have 3 things I want to not vote on, but to bring up, and if anybody else has anything else they want to say, they can follow me. I want to look at pre-approved cottage designs. I know Kirkland has done that, and I think I would like to entertain the notion that when we do like neighborhood meetings, that maybe we give neighborhoods an opportunity to choose 4 out of 8 designs or something that they would like to see in their neighborhood. I know other cities have done things like that. I don't want to slow down the process anyway, so that's something just to think about. I also want to look at enforcement of illegal short-term rentals. I want to make sure that when we create middle housing, it's actually to create housing and not transient rentals, short-term rentals. And then the last thing is when we talk about that 1/4 mile or 1/2 mile walk shed and whether you need a car or not, to me, it's more based on whether there's a grocery store within that 1/4 mile or 1/2 mile. And so I don't know if that's in our HOMA discussions, but I want to bring back a discussion on how we might encourage grocery store equity and encouraging grocery stores in our transit-oriented communities. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just raised my hand to just agree with all of the recommendation that you with having some cottage design ready that is going to be permit ready, that make the construction faster and make the density achieved easier, aligned with we need more businesses and grocery near the 1/2 mile or 1/4 mile for people to go and not use their car and be able to shop. And I think because it's 1:45 a.m. here in DC, I don't even remember your second, but when you were talking about it, I was agreeing with it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
Just a clarification, how are we handling this next meeting? Are we voting on those 3, or are we?
No, that's just when we do the HOMA.
Okay.
That comes back for a conversation, and then
Okay.
at that time, we can talk about whether we vote or.
Got it, thank you.
Don't
Okay.
do it at all. So this is going to come back to us as a vote. I kind of wanted to do consent just because I thought we've already hashed this out, but apparently it's too big of a deal to just put on consent. So we'll have another look at it in how long? I know the deadline's coming up, so we have to.
June 24th.
June 24th, okay, because we have to get it done by July 1st, right? Or June 30th? Yeah, okay. Councilmember Lee.
Includes the item on density, on cottage housing. Come
we
back
did.
for modify the height, right?
Well,
come
you
back.
could, yes, you could, when it comes back.
Yeah,
Bring that
I'll
up if you
make
want
that
to do
motion.
that. Yeah,
Thank you.
yep, okay, technically. So, okay, I think we're done. Let me look at my notes if there's anything else. Oh, we have a written report, Intergovernmental Relations Monthly Report, which are always a very good read, so I encourage you to do it, and our city manager.
Mayor, just to let everyone know that our security officer should let you out of the garage.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Oh, hold on, Deputy Mayor, what is it?
Mayor, the question that Councilmember Neuenhuis asked about the cottages and the pre-planned design, that doesn't relate to Houma, am I right?
No, that one doesn't, but my other ideas did.
Okay,
But it
so just
will
want to make
come back to us as something we can decide on. We're not voting on it. Okay, thank
Just
you.
want-
Meeting adjourned.